Huh?
We're live. Diggy, if we switch to what?
Huh?
If we
What?
switch to Comcast, we can save money. Free high-speed internet. Save more with affordable connectivity program. Apply today if you
Sorry, I'm carrying a
qualify.
fan.
Yeah, I am too. Oh, so if we
Every
qualify,
credit card companies are like, your credit is so good. Do you want to
yeah.
like sign up?
If we qualify for like food stamps, we could possibly get free internet. Yeah, right. Whatever. Apparently, we make too much fucking money.
We sign up for food stamps, we can get free internet. Is that what you said?
Yeah, so it's like a you know it's like that program they rolled out for like pandemic. I know Ink told me about it too actually, but we don't have food stamps anymore. We make too much money.
Everything is just sign up for our credit card. Sign up for our credit card.
Right?
I fucking hate my life. This is what my mom had to deal with. I don't know how she.
I was getting them way before. What's this, like internet credit card bill? Time. Do you want to hear the music of Ace Attorney, like the sound effects, or do you?
Oh, I just got the one for.
Unemployment. Yeah, I told you.
Oh shit, that's a lot of money! Wait,
yeah.
really?
Yeah, it's definitely a lot.
Oh my god, really?
Yeah, I saw how much I got for
Holy
I saw how much I got for yeah, I'm gonna do it on the day we get our shots. Hey Mark. This guy.
Oh shit!
Yeah, when I get my the day we get our booster shots when I'm gonna do my taxes, so I'm just gonna be sitting in the house.
Oh,
Guess
and then
how
I could make everything from Etsy a tax deduction, being like, I need to buy this for my small business.
well,
give me
yeah,
my
that's
money back?
it's a tax deduction, but you might have to pay taxes back depending on how much money you made off of Etsy.
I have to do it anyway.
That's true.
But
The fuck, Larry, on
I have
early?
it.
Yeah, I am on early. I have nothing else to do. Thank God I didn't have a lot of dishes. I'm skipping the gym today because I already went 3 times in a row. So, I went 2 times in a
Oh
row.
my god, we gotta have some money, shit.
Yeah, that I had to put into savings.
All
and...
of it is gonna go right back to me. Let's go.
Yeah, mine's gonna go back to
One
savings.
cry,
Hey, Mark.
One cry, lyric, one cry.
Yes.
I'll give you half, and then I'll save the rest for the trip and the kit.
Yeah, I'm gonna give most of it to Yvonne just to save for me too. What was this one? Best Buy. Oh.
So, we have to make a day before we go to Long Beach to look at the thing, choose the kitten, and then give Zelda the blanket while we're gone, and then have them swap blankets. You know what I mean?
What?
Okay, so whenever you're adopting a kitten,
Huh?
if you wanna do it like properly, where there's hardly like any trauma for the animals that you already have, and for the kitten you're gonna get, or the animal you're gonna get, you need to discuss with the breeder or the people who've had the animal beforehand, adopt them, do the money, right, and then swap their stuff with the stuff that you have. That way, their scent is exchanged. Do you know what I mean? That way they get comforted. Zelda, we put her food in the blanket that has the kitten there. That way it's time saving and it's good for the animal Larry.
Oh, I remember.
Don't you?
That's why you hasn't been here, because he's getting his life together, and I've been streaming super late. Wow, I spent so much on fucking Steam games and shit. I have my year thing. I get the end of the year, and it shows all of my transactions. Oh, I spent $400 on gas, almost $500. Gosh damn it. Retail.
Gosh damn.
Oh, see how much I spent on groceries, dude, for 1 year. My
How much is
groceries cost me $3,000. Oh
You're eating
my
good,
God.
Larry.
I'm eating
You
fucking
bought that
good.
Wagyu steak. You
I
bought
eat
that Wagyu steak.
good, dude. Tickets and events. We only spent $34 on tickets and events this year.
Larry, your body is essentially worth $3,000 for 1 year.
I was way low. I buy good. I never buy that great value bullshit. I buy snacks when I feel like it. I try to level the amount of stuff I buy, but essentially I still buy a lot. Restaurants. Oh no, Diggy.
I don't want to look at it. I don't want to look at it. Yeah, show me. I want to know.
Oh no. Alright, I'm upset at myself. Oh my god, that one time. Oh, you know what? It does say I spent a lot, but I got money back. Like Momiji Sushi right here, it even says it. I spent $224 that day, but everyone gave me money back for it.
Yeah.
So, but in total, just restaurants, including DoorDash. It says DoorDash on here too, by the way.
Poggers, okay, I'm sure
crap.
mine says more.
Dude, during the year we were in
Positive, I
Washington, D.C., it has just a shit ton of It has literally like 20 DoorDashes in a row.
Oh, what are we supposed to do? Go out during COVID? Shit.
We spent I spent $3,372.
Oh, that's actually not that bad.
Yeah, but that's like half restaurant, half groceries. I don't know.
Yeah, that'd be $10 a day if you were just doing DoorDash.
Good fucking lord. Alright,
not
alright.
that bad.
It's not too bad, but still, like, I'm gonna make that
fucking
over.
beavers, go eat the berries.
Alright, so, pretty obvious. I got really enthralled. 3K isn't bad at all. Mark, excuse me.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. I was like, especially if you compare it with other people that we know who eat out a lot during restaurants.
I guess.
Mark treats himself out to sushi every payday.
That's not too bad. The thing is, he treats himself out. When I pay, like, you either pay the full thing or I pay the full thing. So we kind of buy for two people all the time. I eat out every day after work. I eat sushi 2 to 3 times. He eat out every day. Did you get it right? Get it right.
Yeah, and he's paying for one person.
Yeah. Oh, I was supposed to.
See, like, it's not that bad.
I was supposed to work on my emotes today before streaming. Fuck. Whatever. I'll do whatever. If I end early, then I'll work on it. I was supposed to make a triggered one, but I would need to request Diggy, so I have to take her to eat. Triggered emote. Okay.
My beavers are giving me a heart attack. Just keep.
So, do you want to hear the sound effects of the thingy, or just me reading? Because, like, depending on how I do this.
Man, that drawing I made of myself with Phoenix Wright, it looks scuffed as shit.
I think it's reversed, also. That's why.
Oh, I never reverse my drawings. I was thinking about doing it to the cloudy drawing I made, and I was like, I shouldn't. For my own mental health, I shouldn't. I'm gonna do it. No, I can't. That's
always the tough thing, is like, if you can reverse it and it looks good, you knew you drew a good drawing, and it's like, fuck.
Well, that you're supposed to do it as you're drawing, you know? You're supposed to do it, but I can never remember to do it.
Okay. You guys need the Pokemon? I think Diggy's gonna get it. We're gonna get it later, Mark. Our situation's kind of iffy, and Diggy's definitely not gonna play it right away. So she's gonna get it later.
I need to beat Pokemon Diamond first.
Yeah, and we're gonna probably wait till tax season. Tax.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm probably gonna wait till after I get my kitten to play it.
I'm gonna yeah. I'm gonna wait. I'm
just gonna buy about anything. Pokemon Arceus. I feel like within a year they're gonna re-release it, but with better graphics.
You think so?
Well, I was thinking about it, right? I was like, man, this game looks like absolute hot ass, and the one critique is that it looks like shit. You know, like that's the one thing. Everyone's like, this game is great. It just looks like garbage, right?
Yeah. Maybe they're doing like an ink brush style, like of watercolor ink brush style.
No. They borrowed the assets from Pokemon Sword and Shield and borrowed the geoscaling from Breath of the Wild, and they just copied and pasted everything in. And the thing is, they didn't expect it to be such a huge hit because they didn't even put up that much marketing for showing people the game.
They just said, here it is.
A lot of people were like, oh, did you know this game existed? So I feel like within a year or so, they might just do a re-release, but with better graphics, and they'd call it like Arceus HD or something.
I see.
You know, Nintendo and Game Freak love doing that shit, so I feel like maybe I should just wait, you know?
Maybe.
This is just a theory, though. I'm going based off of my own thoughts.
Apparently, did you remember that Golden Kamui? Do you remember that anime I told you about? It was really funny. I liked it. It featured a tribe in Japan called the Inu, or the Ainu, right? And apparently, this Pokemon is based off the Ainu culture in and the indigenous tribes in Hokkaido. Apparently, that's what it's based off of, supposedly, or at least the outfits. Yeah. But yes, guys, not just add Ultra to the title. Graphic update would be really nice, even though it was coming months and months was releasing. I knew about it since like me and Diggy keep up with the Nintendo announcements. But anyways, Diggy,
well,
do you...
it was because it was for E3. Nintendo showed it like 2 years ago, and everyone's like, "Wow, this looks great!" And I was like, "Yeah, it really looks unfinished." And then the more they kept updating, I was like, "Wow, that's not done.
This is the game." Yeah, they're like, "This is the game."
Like, not even Nintendo had enough like faith in it that it would succeed. That there was no marketing done, and they market fucking Skyward Sword like 1,000,000 times. You know, like they're not bad at marketing. They had no faith in the game. Yeah.
Do you want me to
share audio?
Do you want the audio to be shared too?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll do it this way.
Yeah, which is exactly why I feel like in about a year or so they're gonna be like, oh, update, it's called Pokemon Arceus XD Tournament, and then it's gonna be like a bunch of new stuff with the game, and it's gonna be like beautified graphics, and people would be like, I had it before the update, you know? Also, did you see the Nintendo headline on their thing? They said, don't read the reviews, just play the game.
Yeah, like that was the funniest thing. They're like, they're fucking out for blood.
They really
but it's true, like, people would just shit on games because. But it's like, honestly,
no,
sometimes...
it looked like so much fun. I watched Toast play it, and I was like, this game looks fucking awesome.
I have not heard a single person say it's unfun. Like I've heard people say it's kind of ugly, it's not good. But I've never heard people say it's unfun. And I'm like, well, that's already a seller. If it's fun, it's fun. Yeah, people shouldn't became before they're even released, right? And then you have fucking professional paid game critiques who are not the best at games. I'm not gonna say that they're bad, but they're not great at games. I told you about that one, right, Diggy, with Devil May Cry? It was the funniest shit what I heard. He said this game would be fun if the music wasn't so goddamn bad and repetitive, right?
What? But people love Devil May Cry music.
Here's the thing. The music is evolving. So depending on your rank in combat, the music gets more intense and more better. So that means he was just bad.
Oh no! Oh, that's so sad. Oh. That's funny though. Kind of love that. Oh, did you crash?
No. I didn't touch anything. So yeah, it just Helen messaged me. She got me the blue one, the solid blue one with the clouds in the one. I really like it because it has clouds in it. But yeah, so I got my present, right? And I got a Lily Pichu jacket. And I was like, oh, cool. It's not the one I listed, but it's still fucking cool. It's the color block one. And I was like, nice, right? And then I told Helen, who is my brother's girlfriend, that got me the gift. I was like, thank you so much. You know, I love it. Blah blah. And then my friend Tommy messaged me today, like, hey, your gift should arrive yesterday. I'm like, okay, cool. What is it? You know, I'm looking for it. I'm like, I don't see the gift, man. Like, what is the gift? He's like, I got you a Lily Pichu jacket. And I was like, oh, that was your gift. So now I got 2 Lily Pichu jackets for Christmas, which is fucking wild. I'm so... She sent me this. I'm so sad you didn't get it yet. She has the panda breaking the keyboard gif image. I'm so sorry.
I could imagine how stressful.
Yeah, because everything. It's literally like the end of the month.
It's like a month away.
Yeah, it's literally been a month. Remind me of the Sekiro reviewer who went on about how bad it was, and then halfway through changed their mind after using a mod to half speed all enemies. What? So he was just bad, right? It's like, why are there game reviewers that are publicizing and publish magazines that are just bad? They're giving bad reviews because they're not good at games. God. Anyways, all right.
Yeah, whenever I solemnly say like, this game fucking sucks. Like, I think of all aspects of it, right? like, oh, maybe I'm just bad at it. Like Jack and Daxter. I'm like, maybe I'm just bad at the game.
Nah,
and maybe
that
I
game
just
was...
need it. And then I saw you play it, and I was all like, this game fucking sucks.
Nah, mechanically
game.
mechanically that game did not flow well. That game flowed like a 64 game. Like it was just rough on the edges.
Yeah, and then Banjo-Tooie, I was all like, I am not bad at Banjo-Kazooie.
No, Banjo-Kazooie was
a
good game.
That.
Yeah, man, I was supposed to get a package by Christmas next year
Banjo-Tooie's
sent from a friend of mine in the U.S. It's goddamn February. I believe I can see that. Some of my favorite games I enjoy had bad reviews. This is why I never really listen. Yeah, I don't really. I just play it. You know, I just gotta play it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I don't watch when there's a game I 100% know I'm gonna get. I don't watch trailers because I'm just gonna play it anyways. But when it comes to like certain games, maybe I'll read reviews. But generally, I just kind of play games. Anyways, I'm gonna continue with this game because I couldn't sleep last night because I was thinking about this case the entire time. Anyways, all right. So the last thing I did was that we found out that she couldn't examine the body because she was gonna get caught. So she had to wait past 3 hours, which means it was hard to get the body right because it was before Rigor's Mortis set in.
Rigor's Mortis, I choose you.
Rigor's Mortis! Happy Potter! Rigor's Mortis being the phenomenon you described where the corpse becomes stiffened after death. I think you said that it starts at the jaw. After 3 hours, about 3 hours post-death, is that right? Ooh, what the fuck is that word? Setsa? What the fuck is that word? Hold on. Ooh, setsa. French. Yeah, it is French, bruh. What does oui setsa mean? Oui setsa? It's literally oui setsa. Oui. Yeah, she's French, dude. She's French. I'm in Britain, by the way, you. It's been a while. Oui, c'est ça. Of course, the exact duration depended a little on the season. But didn't he die during winter? I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed in the subject. None. That is only a elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine. That's true. Such a goddamn mark. Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit my ignorance about forensic science. I could ask my father to give you a very simple premier if you like. I think corpse should be in your domain. I'm not good with them at all. Oh dear, I'll do my very best. Okay. Dawn approaches. That means she was there all night. You say that dawn was approaching. What was the time of day then, approximately? Well, I could not say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible. The execution took place on the 17th June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year. Oh. Huh. First light would have been around 4:40 in the morning. Oh, wow. That really is early. That's really early. The fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in half an hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before dark. Daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry. Is it me, or does Mr. Sloan seem to be taking shape more quickly now, too? Certainly. I wonder, is what she just said particularly significant? She had to hurry. She took 30 minutes. And if the sun rose at 4:40 or 4:30, that means she did it at 4 a.m. Madam, those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture and the early sunrise, could you include them in your testimony? I believe it may be significant. Of course, if you would like me to. Oh, I know. If you're quite right, Mr. Naruto, it is quite intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it? That's not quite what I meant by significant. You know what it is, Diggy? With pleasure, my lord. With pleasure. I don't know if Diggy, I think Diggy got up. I know what it is. I know what it is right here. When I left as soon as the course was... Then I left as soon as the course was entered. Alright, I know what it is right here. Oh, well, let me press it one more time, just to make sure. Did you have reason to believe you might be discovered once the sunrise came up or something? I had paid the Gravedigger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area. Didn't you have just paid off the warden too, then? I had already paid the Gravedigger, as I said. You cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secrets is no longer a secret. Oui? The sunrise was at 4:40 that day, which means that it would have been around 4 when you began sculpting your work. Oui, that must be correct. That would have been when the Gravedigger gave me the signal to come out of hiding.
Okay, wait,
so
what did you think it was?
That's all I have to go on. You know why that time was so significant?
Why?
Rigus Mortis. We just clarified that.
Yeah.
What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo? For some reason, Dr. City went along with Deborah's plan. Now, if that's really true, then the professor is the only thing that we know that links the pair of them. So, I feel sure that this whack force must be a clue to this mystery somehow. In that case, we must use this cross-examination to uncover exactly what it means. Otherwise, the jurors are sure to revert their learnings and the trial will be over. I agree, but interestingly, uncovering what the professor has to do with all this means more to Lord Van Zieks than anyone. That impression I'm getting anyways. Yes, as do I. After all, he has a profound connection to the professor as well. Alright. I hurried and finished my work in a half an hour. That means she started around 4, okay? She generally has to wait 3 hours after the death. Alright?
Okay.
But death by hanging confirmed at midnight, meaning there's an hour discrepancy.
Okay.
So I think this it? Is this the... Okay, there's two. There's this one that she changed, and I enlisted the aid of Grigor, created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the incident. A mold for the head in the cemetery. Because it was before the onset. See, oh, there it is. It took me a very long time because it was before the onset of Rigorous Mortis. She didn't do it before Rigorous Mortis because Rigorous Mortis sets in 3 hours post-death. He died midnight. And if she did it at 4, that means the deaths don't line up.
Objection.
There it is. All right, cool. So I was right. Madam Tuspel. You think Tuspel means something? Or you think is there like a meaning I'm missing? Anyways, I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of Professor following his execution at the gallows. And that is a problem? Oh my god, Diggy.
Huh.
That's not the professor.
What do you mean?
I think the one in the grave was a fake. I think the real killer is alive still. I think the real killer is alive. Holy shit. And that's why the case is technically unfinished. The Hounds of Baskerville. What if he's still alive? All right. I believe it is because your testimony, in particular, detailed in the report, completely contradicts one another. Oui? Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Tuspel was creating her waxwork impression just before dawn, and at that time, Rigorous Mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madam? Yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of Rigorous Mortis 2 or 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he could not have been dead for very long. The man's chin was limp, so he could not have been dead for very long. So he was a fresh body. So he was fresh, because after 10 hours, that's when the muscle starts to loosen up. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Sithi's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. No. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigorous mortars would have already set in. Oui, yes, you are right. Their chin, it would have been completely stiff. Don't make wiener jokes, don't make wiener jokes, don't make wiener jokes. In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No, wrong voice. No, coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. That the very idea is absurd. Someone's lying, dude. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible! Impossible! So yeah, it's either the death was faked or the death happened at another time. Because no one truly knows his face. Except for City. Gaza, this is sorry. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. City, but you also implicate members of the staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place. By heck, extraordinary. Oh, my day.
Objection!
My learned friend appeared to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night without question. He did. Of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There is no... Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die? Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. City, the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. I have evidence? Gazo! The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution. Is it the camera? It's the camera, right?
Take that!
Yeah, there's blood on the camera. What have we here?
Objection!
Objection! Before we consider the night of the execution, I would strongly advise the defense to concentrate on what is happening right now. Oh, that's wrong. Never mind. What? Wait. The next time you possess this article, you may find that tonight is the night of your own execution. Oh man. Great. I'm so looking forward to trying again now. I won't let anyone execute you, Mr. Nado. Not tonight. Ah! Okay, the evidence that at least explains what really happened on the night of the execution. What do you mean? Wait, the newspaper account... Wait, the evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution. Is it this article? He's carrying a shovel. There's nothing suspicious here, but... Oh, Osmond wrote this, which is why it's so confusing to me. Either that or the waxwork head is actually going to explain that night. You got it, Bog. No, hey, I appreciate you. I appreciate you for coming in and then dropping a quick chatter. Maybe this one right here? Is it the article? No, it's not the... Oh, it is the article. Okay. I thought it was the head because, you know, but technically we don't really have evidence. What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Yeah, this was an unofficial translation, Mark. So and when I got the official, it let me jump right to the third case, thank God. So I jumped right into the third case. And this is the third case. I actually haven't stopped. I'm still in the third case. It's been like, I think 5 hours. Diggy, your cat's meowing. The executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now? Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
What? Do not be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened. My word, that's a state.
Mas oui. The young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night. Who
Objection.
stole into the cemetery? Of course, there was a witness. That story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up. And this was 10 years ago now. That was telling me no harm of fighting him. Wait, what do you mean? We know exactly who he is. On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well. What? Are you suggesting, Castle, that you have identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place? Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here, before my very eyes. That makes sense. That makes sense why she knows it was Deborah. You know why?
Why?
Because she was there hiding the entire time. Your ladies claim now, counsel. Who is the alleged witness in the staggering shame from the cemetery 10 years ago? On top of that, he was the one who said he saw it, too. He even told everyone he saw it, but no one believed him. The man in question is Mr. Enoch Deborah. Deborah? The previous witness? The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tussauds Museum of Waxwork, that was a mouthful, holy shit. Recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and besides the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Deborah. Looks like he's got a fucking wig on. Order! 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 Surely not, counsel. Deborah, what is there? In Lowgate Cemetery? What is this talk about Mr. Deborah? Is that name significant? Of course, Madame Tussauds doesn't know. Does she? There's no- Wait, how does she not know? Yes, it's extremely significant, madam. To your situation as well, in fact. Was he the gravedigger? He had to be the gravedigger, right? He had to be the gravedigger. Oh my god, what if he was the gravedigger, killed the person again, and then that's when she came... Holy shit. If Ryunosuke was right, that he was killed just then. Holy crap. I think they faked the death, but Deborah ended up killing him again on accident because he was supposed to come out of the grave. Slam your fist against the death simulator, you know it. What situation? The theft of the professor's waxworks from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. No, but that would mean... Madame whoops. Madame Tussauds. It would appear that you know the name Enoch Deborah. Oui, yes, I know it. But from long ago, in the past. What? Oh my. Good gracious! Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. Yes, oui, of course. He had to be the gravedigger, right? The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout the Great Britain. You, as a man who lives in Italy, how's my French accent? Is it oui oui? Is it oui oui? Sacre bleu? Omelette du fromage? Is it good? I mean, he is holding a damn shovel. He is. But the question is, how was the body killed again? We don't know. If he was supposed to be dead. So I think Dr. Sithi, who was Courtney Stevens at the time, falsified the death, buried the man alive, and he was supposed to come back. But Tussauds had hired the gravedigger, Enoch Deborah, to get a face thing of the professor. However, he killed him on accident because he probably got scared. I thought you were with Omeka the whole time. On my level of displeasure, 10 out of 10. Yeah, baby! I got approval from someone from Italy. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No detail were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is a part in one newspaper. Wait, what? One newspaper? The Daily Circus. It is a paper from which comes the article I have already shown in court. You're saying his full name was only publicized in that article? Wait, why is that?
Goodness me! Yes, here it is! The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Deber, a discipline of science at the University of London and is a resident of his student dorms.
Unbelievable. Wait, so why does she have this paper? But it's written by O. Osmond. Audie Osmond, right there. See his signature. When I read the article, I went to meet the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my house of horrors, whether it was the truth or not.
Like,
I see. So here was Mr. Deber to scope a waxwork of the man, did you?
Exactamente. He was studying science at the university in London in those days. He was just a post-student. I paid him £5 to motto for the waxwork. Oh my god, so it's just coincidence. And since that time, it had been in my museum to recreate the science of the scene of terror from the cemetery. So she used Deber, since he was the... Oh, so she actually found the witness. But she didn't even know it was true. Okay, so what transpired then? So we're gonna have to question Deber now. So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he witnessed. A criminal who had just been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote. That was... what? Anecdote. That was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, obscenely to use as a body double for the victim in the case that we're discussing here today. Even though the waxworks built is a poor match for the victim and his face is obscured by a mask. So, the question is, why would the man do such a thing? He knows the face. It's Ozzy Osmond. I'm telling you, the guy who died today is actually the professor. Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Osmond, but the same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who's investigating Dr. Sithi would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court have seen earlier. Why? She knows the face of the professor, because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying? Dr. Sithi put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who is still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Deber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the Condor would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Deber used that particular waxwork as a body double. Ugh! So they have beef with each other, then, you could say. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Sithi to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Deber are connected.
But according to the missive I received this morning, through the prosecution's office, Dr. Sithi is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case?
Yeah, she's apparently not allowed to gun the witness stand by orders of Lord Strongheart.
She told us herself. Oh, wrong voice. She told us herself, didn't she? Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbade it.
Was it forbade or forbidden? Lord Strongheart.
The Pandora's box you were warned about is the professor's case. But please, don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information of it out of me. Something happened on that night the killer's execution 10 years ago, and surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zieks.
He wants it. He wants to get to it. The prosecution calls for the instruction in that massive to be scrapped. Massive to be scrapped.
What? He wants to scrap it? Why?
But But Lord Six, the arrest was issued for the Lord Chief Justice Office.
Objection!
He wants in. He wants in. He wants to dig into it, Diggy.
Oh.
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policies in any particular trial. In other words, me. Oh shit, he's exerting dominance. Yes! Yes! He's on my side. Let Enoch Deborah and Dr. City both take their stand together. We're gonna get him to get. Holy shit, this is getting big. I can't wait till they show the professor's face, though. I'm telling you, it's gotta be Audie Osmond, because he's a criminal of the underworld.
Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect. Addressing Dr. City for the forensic investigation team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's order.
Alright then. Enoch Deborah and Dr. City. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime would have never been committed. I'm just a stone throw away, I can feel it. The truth behind all this is about to come out. Oh my god, this is getting intense, man. Oh, we got him! Oh, and we got her, too. Oh, I guess all three of them are taking the stand. Where do they get a longer stand?
Thank you for your attendance and on short notice, Dr. City.
I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zeeks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecution's offers.
Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as their truth isn't compromised. If there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter who it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutions worth his salt.
It's just the same when you were pacing behind when you were talking with the judge. That's true. This was huge. You know how I remember these accents, Mark? Me neither. I right, Diggy? I do like 20. I do like a lot.
Yeah.
Mr. Deborah. I always give the main character my normal voice, though, because it's just easier since they talk a lot. And I kind of like doing the Transylvanian voice, vampire-ish. You took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. City. As the investigation coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is to belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. Complicated? And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to the newspaper reports from that time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Deborah, wasn't it? Not saying anything. Not even a reaction. If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. City. A secret so profound it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Was she blackmailed? No, I think there's more. There's gotta be more to this. Mr. Deborah, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery.
So he was the student who saw it.
You can see the resemblance, actually, can't you? With the man in Madame Tussbell, I mean. Surely he's not going to claim that he really saw what he saw, especially not after all these years.
He's a research student at the University of London, wasn't he?
It was a better too clever of his own good, if you ask me. What an interesting twist. When, at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet, now, here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters, and in a court of law too. Oh, he's really gonna do it. Very well, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank, I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. Ooh, she's got a reaction.
So, Mr. Dumber, your testimony, please, about the events that happened that night, 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, of course, as you wish.
As you wish. I didn't want to make him so robotic. He's still human after all. In the cemetery 10 years earlier,
The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say?
what does that mean?
Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night.
I consider this duology to be one of the franchise's best story. You know what, Bog? I played almost every single Ace Attorney except for the Professor Layton one, and I think everyone has told me this is the best one. And in my opinion, I think this was. I haven't even finished the game, dude, and I think this one is like the best one. I think this one, the Miles Edwards investigation case, and the Spirit of Justice was kind of like weird because there was loopholes into it. But I really like the Athena Sykes, the Dual Destiny one was pretty cool. I think Dual Destiny, Rise of the Phoenix, and so the last case of the first game, Dual Destiny when they introduced Athena, and Miles Edwards investigation, and this one is really good. They're so good. I'm excited to like see the end. Anyways.
But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from my wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article.
Oh, that's kind of sad. Wait a minute. You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now?
Of course, you don't have to screw loose if you believe a corpse could come back from the dead.
But so you're saying that this article is
Not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly.
he's lying out of his fucking teeth. He witnessed something. I think you know what? What if it's a reverse? Oh no, it's reverse. It's reverse.
Huh?
I think City is blackmailing Deborah. And I think the reason why is because the person who wrote the article was Osmond. The person who wrote the article was Osmond, and he's the one that died. She had to kill him because he knew something, because he's a criminal of the underworld. I think that's what's happening. Anyways, this is
If the details of the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Deborah and Dr. City would have been working together.
so he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument.
Tell me, Ernest, you claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate?
That's right, grave robbing to be precise.
Oh,
As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts.
Grave robbery, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpse to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead.
I never laid a finger. No. So, you were the one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particular unpleasant scourge on society.
Actually, my fellows and I went by another name, the Repurposers.
That's kind of crazy.
That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough.
Anybody who says they're in the cemetery on auxiliary business or any business can fuck clean off. Right? Right, Mystery?
The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grades to identify me ambiguously, I might add.
I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? It really helps that the localization team used the binoculars at the time.
use the vernaculars. What does that mean? Vernaculars? Vernaculars, Diggy? What's that word? I'm bad with words.
Vernaculars.
What does that mean? Someone give me a definition. I'm bad at words. Thank you guys for my patience. Thank you for your patience and my bad pronunciation.
The verbiage.
The language or dialect spoken order. Okay. Yeah. I honestly, the lexicon. That's a good way to put it. The term and slang at the time. Yeah, it helps, especially. Yeah, it definitely helped because I realized people are German, French, Italian. We have literally every single fucking accent in this game, and it's so hard to keep up. Am I doing a good job, people? Am I doing all right?
I like it.
You like it? Okay. Do you guys like it in chat? Tell me. Tell me I don't want to look like a fool. I don't want to look like no damn fool. Ah, yes. That was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. You're doing good. Thanks. Thanks. Appreciate it. I fucking love this guy, dude, by the way. I love everything about him. He's so fucking cool. What happened to his hand? That's what I want to know. Obviously, as the time ticked on, I bitterly regret what I've done. Claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish.
Well, counsel, for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination.
At once, my lord. I could have gained Yonosuke like the most thick Japanese accent I could have think of. Over the course of my lord. But I thought that would have been really fucking annoying for the entire playthrough. In the cemetery 10 years earlier. Okay. The reason I was in the Lowgate Cemetery of... I actually did. I gave it to that one guy that I didn't like. Who apparently I think is going to make a comeback too. Like, for sure. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery is spotted for moonlighting. I gotta press everything. There's no way. So by moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you? Surely you are only need to look at the grave scene and my appearance to gauge that answer to.
The lantern and spade.
But who on earth would want to buy a dead body? Does anyone... Wait. Okay, but alright, I'm really bad at geography. No one make fun of me. Where's Transylvania located? That's like a European thing, right? Like with like Vladimir and the Nosferatu. That's like... Holy fuck, I hope so. I love the
Like
idea
the
that your most
Vladimir.
questionable voices could be the most prominent. Romanian? Right? Like Romanian, right? Isn't that the Americans? Isn't that in the Americans? I think it's a hotel with Adam Sandler's motherfuckers. You fucking got me. God damn it. It's Romania, right? So it's Transylvania. Transylvania is a real place though, right? Am I tripping? I don't know anything.
No,
by the
it's
way.
a real place. You remember Aggie? She was from
Yeah.
Transylvania.
Oh, really? Okay. And so Romania is
Yeah.
also a different place, but essentially they're close together. It's a country in Romania. So Romania is a county, so it's a country. Isn't not next door to Pennsylvania? God damn it. It's okay. But essentially Romania's have in Transylvania are this. So Transylvania's in Romania, and I'm doing a Romanian accent, right? That's what I'm doing, technically, right? Is a country.
Yeah.
Wait, am I wrong, Mystery? I don't. Okay, look, like I played GeoGuessr once. Everyone roasted the shit out of me. I don't know. Sure. Okay, I'm just saying. I'm very dumb. That is a Romanian accent, yes. Okay,
Transylvania
cool.
is a real place.
Okay, as long as I'm doing this right. Any major hospital.
She was Transylvania.
GeoGuessr, yeah, it was a bad day. Everyone was roasting me. We had people like backseating me in chat, and I was like, guys, this is not a competition.
Guys, I promise you, it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, you're not gonna like win a hand job from me or anything. Like you're
not
not
that
winning.
serious.
Yeah, it's not that serious. Yeah, you were there. That's right. You were there. In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that's enough specimen to work with. Though, obviously, they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means. As inspiring scientists, we, young research student, had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can understand or imagine. Wait, I won't? Fuck. So we made stupendous arrangements with a hospital viva some of our medical students' acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. This was all for the further of science, you see. That's what we all told ourselves every time we stole into the grave at night, spade in hand.
You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were to be caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences. That was a fucking pun.
That was a fucking pun. They totally written that as a fucking pun. We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research. His animations are so mesmerizing. I love it. I love his animations. They're so fucking clean. When I saw him, I was like tripping out, dude. I was like, this guy's fucking cool. Professor Harebrine said the exact same thing.
I'm quite speechless at the apparent Levi of which you realize this horrid behavior.
Hold on, do I? Oh, did I turn on my bot? I didn't turn on my bot. Whoops. My bad, guys. Well, if you want to know why I was there at
Lowgate Cemetery.
that's the reason. But I never expected to end that way. That I
Regret it.
to this day. Wait, did you say Professor Herobrine? You know what? Everyone is his name is Herobrine. Harebrine, right? It's hair, like the rabbit hair. Right there. It's hair. Oh no, am I saying this wrong?
I can't read what you're looking at.
Am I reading his name wrong?
Hairbrain?
Is it Harebrain?
Hairbrain? Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, you're saying Herobrine like the
Oh,
like
no.
the creepypasta.
Oh no. It's Harebrain.
It's okay. Herobrine's funnier.
He's Herobrine. Phoenix Wright is a Minecraft confirm, you know, dude. Dude, I should turn my fucking Minecraft character into Ace Attorney. The judge has a decent mirror, 10 out of 10, very decent. Yes, the illustration on that newspaper was based on what I witnessed that night. That strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you have now denied. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police. At the time, you know, I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was nearly arrested myself. So, you went to the papers instead. That's what I would have been if I fucking tried to talk Japanese. I started big with the London News, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, I thought it was reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. You know, I have one of those NFT servers almost scam people out. Whoa, there's an NFT server in Minecraft? That sounds... Whoa, that sounds weird. As it spread like the plague through Capito, as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. And yet, only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus? That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night. How did Ozzy Osbourne find his name? Mr. Deborah's Dreadful Encounter. That's right, it does say his name. From your description, he drew this illustration? Precisely, that is how I learned the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see. No, he did.
Newspapers reporters are wont to snoop around its matters that don't concern them. So, the scenes portrayed in the illustration is accurate then.
Well, thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor at all, though. Alright, he's faking it. He's faking it! What are you talking about? I think I explained myself already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So, it was renovated, it was renowned among a student at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of graveyard at night. As a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it. I said what I've seen in my mind's eye. What? After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You have been unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. I don't know. there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor?
If we have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo.
I know. I need to present it against this irritating backtracking statement of his. The point is, that night was a pivotal moment of my life. We do have evidence, then. You know what that evidence is? It's the camera. It has to be. The camera in the neck of the waxwork of Mr. Deborah in the special exhibit. When the lens extends, dark brown stains are visible. Now the big question is this really the camera that was used at the scene? So that means he must have taken a picture, right? He had to. Holy fuck, Larry! You watched the live action Ace Attorney? I did actually. I actually watched it years ago. It's fucking hilarious, dude. Fucking loved it. And there's bloodstain here. We already examined that there's a bloodstain here. So I'm still like flabbergasted though, you know?
Flabbergasted.
And the head right here, I can't wait till we unlock this, dude. That's the biggest mystery. Once we unlock this head. All right, let's just continue with pressing. Though. It's not too loud for you, is it, Diggy?
No.
That young woman being Madame Tespel, of course. Precisely, I must say. I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later.
As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article, and Kamekal I found the men.
Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time.
And the young lady put £5 in front of me.
So, you readily consent to having a waxwork of yourself made, and gave permission for it to be put on display. Stop talking, French woman. No, she's hot. Oh, you're so hot. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded.
Ah, oui, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day, Monsieur Pass.
It's the camera! It's the camera, Tiggy! So it is the camera. That's actually... Did you? I can't say I remember.
What was it, madam? His camera.
Ah. Oh yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery. You took a camera
Oh, you took a camera with you, sir. To what ends?
to record the details of this body I in district. But I had no intention of ever visiting a grave again after that night, so I sold it.
I see.
But I still have it, monsieur. It is a part of the special exhibit in my house of horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. It is the Tespel way. It would seem, then, that this is the very camera Mr. Deborah took with him at Lowgate Cemetery on the night in question.
Yes, interesting. The details.
It's actually the same camera.
It's actually the same camera.
I can't believe it. It's actually the same one. I can't believe it.
Objection.
Sir? That is the wrong pressing. Whoops. Sorry. Whoops, I should have didn't press the last one. What's Deborah up to? Why would he have suddenly changed his tune and recant his claim?
I wonder if it's because of his circumstance have changed now.
What circumstance?
Well, if you admit to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it would have exposed a secret in Dr. City's path would have desperately wanted to hide.
Yes, of course. If Deborah and Dr. Cynthia are working together now, then if Deborah were to betray her, then there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead as he originally claimed.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, exactly.
You know, Susato has like a deeper, like tomboyish tone to her voice.
Oh,
Yeah, because she says
are you
objection
trying to say
too.
that's what you're...
So yeah, I'm doing a terrible job at what she actually has. This article, you mean, published in the Daily Circus? Yes, somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article, and carelessly let it slip that night after night. I was digging up graves, hardly a model student, you might say.
The university reputation was extremely defiled, and I was expelled as a result. I mean, that makes sense. Mon Dieu, I had no idea. And having have been out of the university, you found employment in somewhat specialist trade. That's when you became a magician of science. You combine your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never before seen technology. And you use those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. So you became a con artist. Wow. Professor Albert Hero Bryant was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. It helps that they tried for ethnic hiring. The VA for Susato is Japanese, and she voiced her English lines here. Really? That's cool. That's nice. That's very nice of them. What's Deborah up to? I already read this before. That's very interesting. That's good to know, Bog. Look at Capcom. I actually follow someone who I'm not really close with, but like I follow him, and he became a Capcom creator. He's a really cool guy. His name is Nintendo Bauer. Well, I think his name just changed to Bauer now. This woman only dots talking. Yeah, she doesn't talk because she doesn't want to say anything. She's not supposed to say anything. Okay. Maybe I gotta examine the camera one more time. So it has to be the camera, and it has to be something else on top of the camera. We know that there's a blood stain, but this is where the photographic plate goes, I think. Yes, right, that's right. Isn't it incredible to think that this is the actual camera that Mr. W used that night? I actually read all this. Oh, Super Ninbauer. That's right, Super Ninbauer. I thought it was just... Oh, Super Ninbao. It used to be Nintendo Bauer before, but now it's just Super Ninbao, yeah. I certainly never imagined a piece of evidence would be displayed in Madame Tuspel. She's very keen on everything being true as life to possible, though, isn't she? Oh, that's right, you got emotes. You watch if you go there a lot. Cool camera. What a wonderful machine. You really love contraptions like this, don't you? Yep. And look, Mr. Naruhodo, they tried for as many characters as they can. Kazuma was one of the few they couldn't get another Japanese actors for. Ryusuke VA is a Japanese German. Whoa, really? That's cool. He does sound very... Yeah. Bionicles. What's up, Meg? What is it? On the bellows just here. It seems very... Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually. Oh my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Oh, the boost. Yo, I got boosting? Y'all not boosting? Y'all best be dying. If y'all not boosting, y'all best be dying, fam. The fuck?
I don't want to die. Maybe I do.
What I witnessed that night. Thinking back, I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman. Okay, you ever heard from a scientist, all because of that newspaper article. Alright, don't help me. Don't help me. I'm just saying, don't help me. I am stuck, but don't help me. Do not help me. I wanna solve this myself, or with Diggy at least. Or unless you've never played the game, you can solve it with me. I know. I think Mystery and Boggs definitely played the game before, so I always be boosting. No one else be boosting. That's right, Shark. It's been a very headachy, sorry of a day. I made a cheesecake. That sounds great. Hope your cheesecake fixes your headache. Thinking back now, I realize I never saw the professor at all. So this is a contradicting statement, because we know for a fact he saw the professor. The question is, how? Who? What? When? Where? What evidence contradicts that? Is it the newspaper article? He's saying this is false. I mean, that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that that's the contradicting statement. Let me just save, because I think I'm a process of elimination. It doesn't make sense that article, if this article exists and that he's just retelling it, then this is clearly a contradiction of statement. But the thing is, the camera got updated, and the camera is the one that's contradicting. But I already tried that. Let me just try it out.
Objection.
Oh, so it is. Okay, so I was overthinking it. Sorry, Mr. Deborah, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim, you did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds. But I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. Oh, he was wearing an iron... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's right. So he was buried with an iron mask? Then how did Madame Tuspel get to see the face of it? So who had the key? Oh, so yeah, I probably need to update the camera if I can presume with the newspaper. Yeah, because I'm probably gonna use the camera as evidence. That's what I'm assuming, yeah. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago. Yeah, she has the key. But then who has the key for... So wait, does she have the key for the actual mask? Okay, it was decided in the closed court ruling that the man would wear a mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial.
Not even the prison warrants want to see the mask's face. But obviously, the provision of the mask was not by public knowledge.
So, Mr. Deber, as you just heard, a lowly student at University of London certainly would have not known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration. So where did she get the key? And is the key really the key to the actual mask, or just a mask to what she created?
Alright. Well, Mr. Deber,
It is a vile scene, isn't it, if you look closely? As I've learned already, it but pains me to point out I was utterly petrified, which is why I had it in my head that I have seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I've been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it?
if you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceive you.
Of course. Only too happy to oblige. I can't believe it. He's still not going to concede the point? Holy shit, he's not giving up. He's not giving up! It's so funny. Every time we talk about Ace Attorney, it just comes down to either people didn't see what they truly saw, or they just don't want to tell the truth. Or they're lying, which makes sense because they're trying to get away with something. But in the end, like, we find out it's so simple if they just said it. I know some people get mad at that, like, if they just said this, then the game would have been easy over. And it's like, yeah, that makes sense. Or they're playing dumb, yeah.
Like the Steel Samurai.
Hold on. All right, he was
Just
a kid.
Like the Steel
He was
Samurai.
a kid. All right,
What
Bog.
a stupid fucking case.
Bog. All right, Bog and Mystery. Okay, I have an argument here with Diggy. Okay,
Hey, you
and
lose
so
this
far,
argument every
I'm
time.
losing. So far, I'm on a
Every
losing
single
argument.
time you lose this argument.
But you guys,
and it's from people who are
but
extremely
you two-
biased about the
but
series.
you two have played the
It's
game.
okay to admit when a series has flaws,
when
Larry.
you played the first game of Ace Attorney with the Steel Samurai case, the part when he said,
If Larry
the
was
Steel
obsessed
S-
with Game of Thrones, he would defend season 8 until he died. That's the kind of biasy Larry
was
has.
when they said the line, Jack Hammer was the Steel Samurai,
Hey.
did that make sense? Did that make sense to you? Yes or no? Were you able to fill in the dots before
Larry,
Phoenix Wright said that line?
yeah, that was it. That was the question.
Yeah, I want to know.
Was anyone able to know that Cody was lying
Oh,
before
and Cody
Phoenix
was-
said
yeah.
he must have been lying?
Yeah, and you got that right. And Bog, did you understand that Cody couldn't
I
admit?
was in a group. Okay, you see what Larry's doing now? How he's streaming it to everyone? I was in a group full of 7 people, and no one fucking understood what it was. And all of us were talking about it beforehand. We were like, what the fuck does that mean? And Larry's like, I can't believe you don't know what that means. I was like, of course you know what it means. You played the game.
But I
Of course
figured.
we
Okay,
know what that
so
means.
and then Bog, the part where Cody.
And then we talked to Larry's cousin and Larry's brother, and both of them said, oh yeah, no, that part was stupid.
Okay, in the part where Cody wouldn't admit that the Steel Samurai lost, did you get that part too?
Did that part make sense to you, Bog?
No, before he said it. Because what we're supposed to do as people who play Ace Attorney is that we're supposed to see a situation and go, oh, I figured it out as Phoenix Wright was figuring it out. Because that's what makes a good, reveal. It's like, oh my god, I understand it. Like, Mr. Saw it, Mr. What's it, right, whatever.
Yeah.
Larry?
What?
That part was bullshit.
I remember what Will Power said. Yeah, you got that part too, because you remember what Will Power said? Thank you. Thank you, at least someone's on my side so far. I was able to get
one
it.
person against 70. Okay, good.
70? Bullshit. I'm gonna get Mia to play this, and I swear, if she gets it, I'm gonna be like, fuck yeah, fucking gamer, dude. Gamer power. Alright. Anyways, back to this one. What I was in fact a witness was a fellow grave. What I in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work? That's what you changed it to? You'll get it. You'll get it when you get to their egg. It's the second case in Ace Attorney. That's all you need to know. It's the second case. A fellow... Oh, third case. Sorry, third case. A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well... Oh, wrong voice. Well, I was the only one busy in this cemetery. That night, another body snatcher were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart was very nearly stopped. So, that is the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. But it doesn't make sense. You're claiming it was another student on equal in subletus business as yourself. Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Certainly, the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymously, wouldn't you say?
Objection.
Whoa, he's just straight up lying now. But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more.
We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreant at work, perhaps, and then fired upon one of them.
And if a gravedigger had shot someone in a cemetery, I think I might have been rather big news, my lord.
Ah, yes, well.
I can only assume it was embellishment bolted on later by the reports. No, because she was there. She didn't witness anything like that. Excuse me. So wait, if he's Japanese German, how do I do that?
Well, he was born in Japan.
Yeah,
learning
but the voice
Japanese,
actor is
so
Japanese
either way,
German.
His accent would be that.
So he's a Japanese with a British accent. I don't know. I don't know how I would do that. Madam Tuspel. Don't take it out on Mr. Shlomes. I bet she's gonna break it. Oh, ooh la la, pardon. Oh, she says ooh la la. I was lost in my thoughts. Would you be fair to say that Mr. Deborah's last remark was significant to you in some way? I'm gonna be very honest. I don't like the spin-off in this game. Not the spin-off. I don't like the what do you call that? The little sprinkle on top in this game? You know how like every game had a sprinkle? I don't like the sprinkle on this one. How you had to have multiple witnesses and then the jury. I liked it Apollo's was really good. I really liked it, like discovering their lies. That was pretty cool. I thought it was a little strange. The gimmick, that's the word. Gimmick, thank you. Gimmick, yeah. The new mechanic, yeah. I'm not really into the gimmick as much. I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Monsieur Deborah could claim this now. If you don't mind me saying, madame, what are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, non? She got them lips, bitch. Including the gunshot. Oh! Stop. Oh! Got him. You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection.
Oh! Have a care, Deborah. That's no way to speak to a lady. Grr. Please, Madam Tuspel. Carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Deborah told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. None. You were very explicit about the details, about the mask that the figure was wearing, and the blood that splattered over you when you were shot. Enough! Shut up, woman. You're making this all up. Oh, shit.
That will do. That will do, Mr. Dapper. Yes. You refute the account just given by Madame Tushbell?
I have no recollection of ever saying those things.
Come on, do you really expect us to believe in you?
Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom.
Right.
Under the circumstances, I think it's best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position of this witness.
Very well. We got him. We got him. We got him. We actually got him.
God.
There was no gunshot from behind me at all, nor any blood splattering.
Bitch, you should have talked about the blood splatter, bitch! Because look at the fucking camera!
Mr. Deber, you got fucking caught because you don't remember this fucking camera, do you?
But that is the camera from the fateful night.
Yeah, I kind of stole it from your museum, Tuspel. Yeah, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. And dab on a bench, I actually would like to get a VR model of Ace Attorney. That'd be funny. I'll be Yunosuke. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Deber.
And is that supposed to be significant?
This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleagues and I were keen to examine it closely, and we noticed that the lens extends forward on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
Hold it.
What is that? There, just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain.
He starts drilling. He sees the camera.
Oh, dark red stain, you say?
That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellow, in fact.
Good lord! Oh, are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. I am suggesting, and it appears to be a splatter of blood.
Did you say blood?
Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. City?
Oh,
It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not of some sort of animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough.
I propose that Madame Tuspel's testimony was correct, and that on that night in question 10 years ago, you were splattered with blood from the gunshot wound.
well,
And that furthermore means you really did witness what the good person. Oh! God, he's so close to her. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. People don't get over trauma like that. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem.
for whose then? Who would benefit?
Dr. City, Mr. Deber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody.
My goodness, he's shooting someone?
Yes, my lord, and clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed.
What? Counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night?
She's literally right there. We're literally talking about it.
Take that!
It's the obvious answer, my lord. It's Dr. City.
City? What? Whatever do you mean?
Just standing there. Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if it was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor.
That would be unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? People die when they are killed. What are you suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened?
Oh, fucking called it, Diggy. I fucking called it. I fucking called it. And guess what?
What?
I think I have a feeling that it's Osmond. Possibly. It possibly might be Osmond. I think it might be Adi Osmond. Even though he did write the article, it might be him. I don't know. We'll see. I'm like 50-50 on that, but we'll see. Unless we're going to see the face of some Japanese dude, then I'm going to freak out. Anyways, yes. That's exactly what it would mean.
Objection.
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape. Not in Great Britain.
Objection.
Objection! But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging.
That's what the ejections sound like. His voice.
If that was really true, Counsel, the implications of your conduct will not stop at supervising coroner. At the Supreme Court, it would take the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up.
Yep, I'm fucking. It's always like the government, dude. It's the fucking government. And it's exactly because of these monumental repercussions that Dr. Sithi would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if that meant being complicit in a crime. Complicit in a crime? There you go.
Hear me.
I mean that Dr. Sithi wasn't collaborating in Mr. Deborah's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asmund with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Oh, finally reaction. What the Oh yeah, I forgot he does a leg slam. I haven't seen that in a while. Lord Van Zieks!
Pray forgive my freshly filled hollow chalice and the whole draft of other discourteous now. Goodness me, nice leg you have there. It is just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An execution, rising. Killer, rising from the dead. A Scotland Yard covered up a conspiracy at the highest level. So, let me ask you one more thing.
What is that?
If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever?
Well, I have no idea at this moment.
We have little to information to work this out present, I think.
I couldn't agree more.
The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend?
Consider what? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would have been to coerce this woman? Oh, wrong voice.
Do you realize what a dangerous endeavor it would have been coerce this woman into such criminal activities? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary.
Does this man just pulverize the chalice and make one out of thing? Hell yeah! Actually, there's a scene where you go into his room, and he has like, I'm not joking, he has like 30 chalices.
Yes, it's quite hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could be warranted.
Wah, to rely on some state establishment when we should be a mistake of would be a madness. Wah. Well, I suppose.
And this is no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who's already invested money in the venture would be instrumental in future profits too.
Yes, I had no reason to kill Asmund at all. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny? This is more than money, dude. Osmond is involved too. This court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no? Hey, Cloudy.
There is the contract. That is very true.
The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant that had no guarantee in receiving in the first place. If the result grants was the aim, taking Asmund's life would have been made no sense anyways. We're doing good. We're reading, discovering, solving mysteries. Scooby-Doo. Which means Mr. Deborah's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Asmund. But why? What was his motive then?
Your time is up, my learned friend. I say you have one more last chance before the jury loses their patience with this charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? Oh, he actually dodges out of the way when he throws the challenge. You look. Do you explain why this engineer would throw all the conscience to the wind and threaten his own country?
I'm not prepared to listen to any more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence.
All right. Who exactly was Mr. Asmund to Deborah? There's a connection that there's no one has seen yet. And I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. I know what it is, Diggy. It's the helmet. Yes, my lord. The evidence that established a motive and why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. The motive is the waxwork head.
Okay.
This has to be it. We haven't brought this out yet. If indeed this piece of evidence revealed the motive...
If.
Counsel? Oh, no, I'm wrong. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck, dude.
Oh no, you're
Yes,
so
if
confident.
it did, it would be great. I was thinking, or hoping anyways. Wishing really.
Are you threatening my courtroom like a fountain that grants wishes when you throw money into it?
I knew I should have thrown more than a farring into a time. I was in the park. I don't think this has anything to do with your offerings to the gods, Mr. Naruhodo.
At the point of time,
Swing and a miss. Swing and a miss. Sheesh.
You're missing some good story, Cloudy. You're missing some
good story.
Okay. Evidence. Evidence that establishes a motive. Yeah. Zach just left and now I'm sad. But you have us now, Cloudy. Cloudy, would you like to be in... Well, I mean, maybe not. I don't know if you want to sit and listen to me. Diggy's literally just here to listen because she's been with me the first entirety of the game. So...
I'm playing Beaver game.
She's playing Beaver stuff while listening. Is it the Reaper attack? No, that's not the motive. That's not the motive. There's no way that's the motive. Well, What connects Dab? Yeah,
Yeah,
what
it's a
connects
Beaver game.
Dabber and Asmund? Dabber and Asmund.
They're all dying.
Is it the
I don't want
name? Audi
I-
Asmund. Oh, the paper. I've been saying it this entire time. The paper.
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord. I don't know how I forgot that. Radio, thanks. That was like fine. That I like no backseating, especially for this game. But that was fine because like I literally said it like a bunch of times. That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That drivel should never have been written. It's typically utter garbage press nonsense that means nothing. Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considering alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asmund dead.
What other evidence? Counsel, all your partners are without delay. The evidence and which the cost refers to the newspaper article establish the motives for the deed.
The contract. You double check? There it is, the signature.
Take that!
Take that! In this contract, my lord. Mr. Deborah, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asmund. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. But gentle push, yeah, I appreciate the gentle push. I do, thank you. That one I definitely needed it because I literally been saying it the entire time, like the entire time. And technically, you weren't really backseating me. That was literally the question. Where's the connection? Anyways, that proved I had no reason to kill the man. Adi Osman, obdubious man. What is that? The joke, Bog? Adi Osman, obdubious man. Is that really the joke? Is that really the pun? I can't believe that's the pun. If I missed it. No, I'm afraid not. What? There's something very significant in this newspaper article that the contract have in common.
Really?
Obdubious means extremely unpleasant. Ha! Funny.
unpleasant man. And that it's the common link that shows very clearly why you're so determined to kill Mr. Adi Osman. That's Adi Osman. I always read it. Yeah, Assman. I read it Osman. It seems that the defense have uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out which of these two pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between these newspaper article and the contract?
It's right here. It's right here, Van Zeeks. Take that. With these two pieces of evidence that haven't come in.
Is a signature. What did the toaster say to the slice of bread? Get in me? I don't
What?
know. What did the toaster say? Well, toaster say to a slice of bread.
Hey, Senator.
I want you inside me. That's. I don't really think that's the
Someone's-
joke, but puns. I literally said that too. I got it. I actually got the joke. The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belongs to the same person.
Nani?
Ugh. As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Deborah and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing.
Oh.
And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Osman's signature. Assman. Assman at the signature. Osman. It is Assman.
I have to start over again.
Let me see now. Okay. Lord, yes, you're identical.
So hard.
I say this game isn't the worst necessarily when it comes to logical leaps. You know, so far, this game has been very straightforward, and I like it. You know, because the other game had dealt with a lot of magic, which then you have to think outside of the box. But with this one, it's really nice. You think the first one was the worst? You know, with Diggy
I
hating the
would
Steel
think so,
Samurai
too.
case, I could probably say I think the first one was like the hardest series. Was like not the strongest series. Yeah, I would agree. But the last case in the first game, the bonus case, Rise of the Phoenix, was one of the best cases in my opinion. And that's technically was a bonus case when it came to the U.S. In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Deborah 10 years ago was the victim in this case, Mr. Adi Osman, Assman. Oh, he actually fell. We got him. He's on his knees, baby.
Objection!
But explain to the court why. Why would he constitute a motive for the witness to murder Osman? Well, if you think back, you remember that Mr. Deborah talked about that article in his testimony.
Grave robbery, you say.
Yes, exhuming fresh corpse to sell reasonable and ludicrous.
That's quite beyond the pale. You would invite the vibrant messenger.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circuit eventually unearthed my name and put it in a That's the motive! Oh my god, how did I not put two and two together? It caused me great headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. It was the only paper with the bad grades to identify me unambiguously, I might add. That's the motive! I didn't even put two and two together until now. Then I gave up my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. Oh my god, it makes sense now, Diggy. He ruined his life. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamed of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. Oh, really? Oh.
So, Mr. Osman used a newspaper journalist, did he?
He did, my lord. In fact, it was a widely held belief that Osman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So, you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Osman.
Enough.
Thanks for being here, Radio, and lurking. I appreciate that. Stop this endless drivel about my life. What?
Explain yourself, Mr. Deborah.
Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled with on their hypothesis anyways. We all did. Only to have them taken away by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other after all. Rock the straw's back.
Good gracious.
Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so I was hardly a wrench.
Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Mr. Dever, do you genuinely believe that?
Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me?
I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all.
How dare you?
And I have evidence to prove it.
How are you in a position to say anything about me?
You don't know. I don't know you from Adam.
Fine. You think you have evidence? Go ahead. Show it. What could you possibly have disproved the idea that I was happy to leave the university because I lack talent?
You know why, do you?
Because he couldn't give up his science trophy.
Do you remember this, Mr. Deber? We found this at your workshop.
He's gonna start like crying like a kid. I never gave up on my dream. I always wanted to be a scientist.
He just starts crying on the floor. He just spills everything.
Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy? Council.
It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. Couldn't just give it up. He couldn't give up his dream.
Mark.
There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promise a bright future. Good gracious!
Your prospect for the future was excellent, weren't they, Mr. Deber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talent would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know whenever you realized who Mr. Asmund was, but when it dawned to you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. Your Van Zeek's accent makes me think of the Count, and I'm constantly explaining to go, he'll say things like,
you're missing 2 pieces of evidence, not 1, not 3, but 2.
I did that a while ago. I don't do it too often because I just want to get on with the script.
That one.
He's sad. He's gonna... The truth is... Finally, he's gonna fold. Is he gonna fold? Is he gonna fold? Fold these nuts into your mouth. Oh, he gave me these nuts just now.
What?
Who said it? Who said it? She did. Ha. Fine. Clearly this has run its course now.
Nani?
I admit it. All of it.
What? What are you doing?
It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No.
Good Lord!
Holy shit! She just confessed that she falsified the death of a fucking serial killer.
Dr. City, do you realize what you're saying, woman?
It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring at me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. City, you will go with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. All the instructions were, in the note, every detail were meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the jurisdiction? Judiciary? Fuck. I can only apologize now. Wow, this is big. This is big. He looked like he's got to get slapped. What? Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborated in a murder. But the great lie about the execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So then, Mr. Deber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. I don't... Is it Deber? Is it really Deber? Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then. I admit nothing at all. What?
He got you.
Have you forgotten that the Kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no way possible for you to prove that I did anything wrong. Ah, shit, no! Yeah, because in this court of law, so this is done, I think, in the 1800s, I think, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I wrote cocklet. Whoops. Whatever.
Ooh.
Except I'm a walking clockwork of a man. Tick tock, tick tock. I think, yeah, it's like 1900s. 1800s was bad guess. It's like the 1900s. So the court of law is really different here. So no one's gonna be like, I'm being blackmailed. So yeah. Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatens to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zeek? Yes. I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course.
I have heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court.
What?
This trial is not the proper form in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Deber. The defendant is Professor Albert Herobrine, also known as Hairbrain.
That is very true. It had slipped my mind. Wait, isn't he one of your closest friends?
As the court has heard, Dr. City had admitted to the allegations brought by the defense. They were absolutely the defendant of any possible, therefore absolving the defendant of any possible guilt.
You mean... Oh, that's true. We're defending Hairbrain, so that means he's innocent. But now we've discovered a bigger case in the process. Oh shit, dude. At the present time... Am I tripping out? Okay, never mind. At the present time...
At the present time, it is the conclusion of the court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing.
Case inside of a case, inside of a bigger case, inside of a computer case, inside of a machine.
Does the prosecution have any objections?
None, my lord. Congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. You've proven Professor Hairbrain's innocence. Tis all a simulation.
Without further ado then, the induction. Unless the prosecution or the defense has any other matter to discuss.
I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. City suddenly admit to like it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But Is that really what we want? What's the defense should be pushing for now is... I want further testimony! I want the truth!
Objection.
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord.
I beg your pardon?
We demand one final testimony.
What?
Because you know what we didn't get? While we did get the proof, we actually don't know how he was murdered.
Do you realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume?
What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense
Someone
lawyer
brought
in
me
his right...
chocolate and you're jealous.
I am jealous.
Hahaha.
No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. In fact, you are in your left mind.
Mr. Naruto, what exactly are you thinking?
The truth. The whole truth. And a way to bring it all out into the open.
Right.
Yes. In hindsight,
Yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of this trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt in this truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with the bone.
I'm in the middle, man. I'm in the middle, mine.
To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter whatever may come to pass.
I'm sure Mr. Schlooms knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate to my client. Oh, that's what he got? He got one piece? Oh, it's a Dove chocolate. Thank you, Diggy. I'm here in court to advocate for my client and secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe I have more to a duty to this court, to pursue the whole truth of the case, until every last detail is laid bare. Surfer Dude Shlomes, thank you. I gave him Surfer Dude Shlomes. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Sithi. Testimony from me about what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Deber. Ha! In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. Oh, thank you. It fits. I appreciate that. As his lordship has made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination. He's on my side, baby! Let's go! Oh, fuck my head! Pray forgive my careless handling of the hollow bottle I slipped. He slipped, Diggy. That's what you call it?
What is your obstruction, Lord Black Six?
The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Dude, this is like the hottest moment in Ace Attorney, is when the prosecutor is on your side. That's the hottest moment. That's what
like when Edgeworth is all like, I believe in justice. It's like,
yeah. He was like, aren't you on my side? He's like, I believe in justice. Oh wait, yeah, we gave him edgelord voice. We were like, yes, emo. We gave him demon sexy voice. We're like,
demon sex lord.
yeah. Ergo. Yes. Sorry, I'm on my knees. Hold on. I'm on my knees playing this game. It's fucking cold, so do forgive me. Don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. Sorry, she had a surprise face. They surfed 3,000 to 5,000 years ago? Damn, I believe that. Isn't that like embedded into like islander culture? Like people who lived on islands and shit and like by the sides they surfed? If there is more to this case than has yet to come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end.
You what?
Lord Van Zeeks. God, wait a minute. I gotta check something out. The romance between a 33-year-old and a 26-year-old?
This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Sithi, You will testify to the court. Explain the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed.
Very well. I'm gonna eat this fucking chocolate before I continue. Why is that the age gap you draw the lines at? Well, how old is Naruhodo? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a
So
minute.
how old are they? Hello? There?
Oh, I'm checking how old he is.
Oh, okay. I'd be nervous.
Oh, he's 23. He's 23. Okay. I was close.
Ooh.
He was 23. The main character is 23. Wow. Susato's 16.
Ryunosuke?
Yeah. And Susato's
Really?
16. Yeah, Ryunosuke is
I thought
23.
I thought they were the same age. I thought he was like a
Nope.
young. I guess he is a young detective
Yeah.
or young attorney.
Well, he was he's not. He isn't even training to be a lawyer. I think he was trying to be a policeman.
I think he was just there.
Yeah, he was just there. He got involved
Wasn't he
in.
just there?
Yeah, he was accused of murder, and then Kazuma was like, "Hey, you're gonna defend yourself," and he was like, "What?"
Yeah, because they didn't want Kazuma to lose his first case because they thought for sure he did it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so he was like, Kazuma, and he was like, I'll just guide you. You can defend yourself. And he was like, what? Anyways, Mikoto's 16. Iris is Holmes is 34. Damn, these age people,
Holmes
dude.
is 34.
Holmes is 34. Gina's 18. Gregson's 45.
Gina looks younger than.
Tuspel is
what's her
26.
face?
I know, right? Gina does look younger than.
Also, what was
Mikoto.
it? What was it? Where we draw the line? Where?
Oh, he's
I
an
thought it was, like,
English major.
20-year difference.
Dude, he's an English major. That's what it was. He's an English major. Ryunosuke.
Oh.
I got these ages all wrong. I thought she was older. No, I thought Mikotoba was older. Anyways, the waxwork plot.
Is that the girl?
Yeah. Susato, the one next
I
to
thought
me.
they were like the same age. Yeah, Susato. I thought she
Nah.
was the same age as Ryunosuke.
Apparently, she's 16. Anyways, it
This
all
is
be.
supposed to be like a Phoenix Maya thing, right?
Yeah, because Maya was like 14, I think. Anyways,
Maya was very young.
Mia, Maya, and then when the age jump happened, she was like 20 something with big boobs.
Uh-huh.
It all began at the scene where I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside his jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instruction, were beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. Must be a genius then. I mean, yep. It was like Phoenix was an art student before being accused of murder. Yeah, that's right. Did you know about that one, Diggy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I told you about that one in the second game. Yeah, he was an art student. Fucking loser. So I was right. The stage in the machine. Yeah, they show it in the anime that he was an art student.
Yeah, I was all like, I feel like I've seen it in anime.
Yeah, because you play Mia. You play Mia's first case defending.
Yeah.
Yep. So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see it through it. You're a very shrewd boy. So kind of you to say. Mia's first case. Oof! And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all? That's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you.
It was a mistake for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that the testimony had clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say.
No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong.
Just look at that expression in Dr. Sithi's face. She's like smiling slightly. Ew, this isn't a good kind. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggily persistent? She looks at an evil expression.
Very well. If you so desire, Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
The waxwork plot. Okay.
Hold it!
Okay, so from what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Did you have any idea who was behind it? There are very few people in the know. It really happens 10 years ago to start with. But anyways, I've never heard of this engineer. So no, I had no idea. Yet despite not knowing who's behind the plan, you went along with it? I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern. What is it about you Japanese that make you go full doggy style? Shut up, Mystery Fish. But the horse was bolted now, and the stable's door will never shut again. You've been playing Mario Superstar.
Forgot how racist this game is.
Yep, they are racist. Scotland Yard reputation would be immeasurably damaged as a result of all of these. I bet it's Keela. Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm well aware of that.
So, as long as I understand, you found in the birdcage within the waxwork bottle, where then was the victim's body.
The actual body of the victim indicated the note's instructions beneath the experimental stage. I don't think there's anything suspicious there, but let's try. So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick then? It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim and the waxwork. And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as had been discovered in the Crystal Tower, and the waxwork. It was wrapped up and sent in by carrier to a very specific address at a specific time. And why were you given such directions?
Presumably, so it can be recovered by neighbor and returned to Madame Tuspel.
I see. And then you put the birdcage back in the experimental stage? Yes. Although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I'd made it perfectly clear to the team, but still. I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being more important detail. That's true, so that slip-up gave it away. Okay. The body had to be arranged in a certain way to implicate the defendant, which was my job. And how was it arranged? Oh, the stabbing, that's right. When you say arrange, I presume you mean with this. Yes, their instructions in the engineer's note said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Harebrain alone could have killed Asmon. So you mean that was your doing? I fetched Harebrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me alone to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen.
Alone, Doctor?
I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in this particular part of deception. Was he alive? Was he alive? Oh no, was he alive? There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. Ah! And then you noted that in their fake autopsy report, that I penetrated his chest as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly.
So, the actual cause of death was
the fall. It was the fall then that killed him. The trauma resulting in the 30-foot drop.
My word.
And we got the truth of how he was killed. What is it, Miss Susato? Something about Dr. Sithi's last statement. It's playing on my mind, that's all. Yes, mine's too. Dr. Sithi. There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well.
The defense calls for you to add that to what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh? Which part? What do I want her to supplement her testimony with is... the real cause of death. The real cause of death. Do you know why, Diggy?
Why?
Because the cage that fell down on its foot. So he wouldn't have fell head first. He would have fell leg first. But if he died from the fall, he died from a broken vertebrae, his neck. So I think the real cause of death should be added. The real cause of death being the fall of 30 feet, that part. Fine, if that's what you want. Just stop yelling, please.
The prosecution concurs. You're too fucking loud. Very well. We will supplement your testimony.
If you wish, my lord. I'm pretty sure it's that. Was the neck trauma Osmond suffered from the 30-foot fall. But we clarified, I'm pretty sure it's this.
No way.
That's not the case, but we'll see. Oh wait, or it could be the real death, because it could be the real death because the autopsy report is fake.
Objection.
Okay, so that's false. Yeah, that makes sense because like that can't be false. God damn it! I shouldn't have tried that. Yeah, I'm gonna save, like, for sure. I'm pretty sure it's the cage, then. But hold on, did we clarify which cage it was? The wooden cage that was used for the demonstration, it crashed down with the victim inside into the Crystal Tower.
Objection.
Oh, so it wasn't the base. God damn it, I failed. Oh, you know what? Maybe I should press this statement as well. You're quite sure of that? It was a result of a broken neck? Yes, as a professional, that was more than apparent.
You never know just by looking at the photograph of the victim, though, would you?
No, that's very true. Obviously not. Which is precisely why connorers are needed to determine the actual facts. Yes, assuming they can be trusted. Oh, that was a low blow. Fuck. That was fucking rough.
There is no point of calling her assessment into question without evidence. Let's get back to the testimony.
Very well. You know, let's just continue. Let's just continue pressing. I may need more information. The entire team. Ouch, that one I fucking burned her, right? My team consists of the very best investigators there are. I demand loyalty from all members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sort. You aid and abet a murder, commit perjury. How dare you talk of chivalry? It was a matter of priorities. What? Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. My team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary. Go see your pie to shut up, radio.
Don't concede with her point, Mr. Naruhodo. You mustn't let her win.
I need a lawyer. I take that silence as tacit acceptance. Now, can we move on?
Hold it.
But at what cost? Faith in Scotland Yard is going to suffer a terrible blow as a result of this.
And your precious secret is out and out anyways.
Yes, as you say. And I take full responsibility.
Blow me, Dr. Shetty!
Surely there's some other way you could have protected the secret. No, there really wasn't.
I've done my utmost, believe me. In many ways, I respect your determination.
Whew, really froze up that cold stare as she said that.
I do believe she was being genuine, though, Mr. Naruhodo. So, that's her story. She admitted everything and fully revealed her full involvement in the case. I do wonder if there's anything that could be much more of it.
Well, I don't know, but I do have a feeling.
Do you, Mr. Naruhodo? The truth is, I find it strange too. How did those two react in those completely opposite ways, I mean?
Yes, exactly. For some reason, I feel sure they're still trying to hide something.
You know what?
Hold it!
I think it has something to do with the way she killed him.
His words fabricate some evidence.
I can't skip this? I can't skip this. Hello? See, what will that do that has been fallen? That is right, yes. That is right, yes, indeed. I did and plunged the screwdriver into his chest. Yes. I leaned over his cage and I took the screwdriver. I then took the screwdriver in both of my hands and plunged it into the man's chest. Kaput. After that, it was simply a matter of recording the stab wound and the cause of death in the autopsy report. The real cause of death being the fall, of course. I'm sure there's something in Aaron's testimony. I don't know why I can't skip this. Have her change it.
Dr. Sithi, what you said before about what you did to the victim's body, I believe that may be significant. Could you change your supplementary statement to explain that instead? Very well.
Explain these nuts!
I stood over the victim's corpse where
Very.
it laid in the toppled cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest.
The treasure chest?
Hold it!
So it was you who stabbed Osman with this. Assman. Yes, far easier than dissecting, I assure you. No precision required, just penetration. What a welcome change. The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I've been given.
As unflinchingly as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body.
There was no need to bat my eyelids. And what else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court, why don't you? You wish. Huh. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
There's no blood on the cage. Glass?
Well, huh. You got the passport by a fluke? Sounds like you should prove your theories, Larry. Hold on.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm still on about the cage, like the cage part. Like it had to be the cage.
Wait, sort of victim's corpse relates to cage, right? It had to be to get inside, drop yourself 30 feet. What's the worst that could happen, right?
He should have been alive. Like hella, like 100%. He should have been alive. He didn't snap his neck because he fell feet first. I just don't know which one is the. I don't know which one is the thing. Might as well just save in case. Yeah, I did save. I'm pretty sure I saved. I'm pretty sure it's the cage. It has to be the cage. I don't think it's the screwdriver. I'm pretty sure it's the cage.
Objection!
It's not the cage. Fuck me. right, let me figure this out. No more hints. No more pushing me. No more edging me, guys. Don't fucking edge me. Don't fucking edge me. Crossbow. The print. It has to be 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 the print. It has to be. It has to be a picture of the bodies.
Objection.
There it is. But why? Where is it though? Got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points out to an extremely uncomfortable truth. He had to have been alive. He had to have been alive. There's no way he would have snapped his neck. I think he was alive, and then she snapped his neck for him.
What on earth is this matter, Council? Have you lost your tongue?
I apologize, my lord. Dr. City, the last statement of yours, there's just one point. Even Susato said it too. You can't even tell that his neck's broken. That seems to defy explanation. defy.
Out with it, my learned friend.
You did great, great.
Thanks. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection.
Oh, because that's a picture of him in the birdcage because the glass.
The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There is nothing new that we can learn from it.
Objection.
Yes, we have already considered it, that's true. But we now know the facts to be different.
What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in the photograph would you see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement?
The glass. It would be the glass, because that means it's the Crystal Tower.
Take that.
The point that makes no sense is
the one being made at this very moment by your index finger.
Oh, was that wrong? Oh, that's wrong. No! God damn, I'm stupid. I fucked up the momentum, guys. I'm sorry.
Oh, nice
Now we have to
try.
deal with all that again. Oh. God damn it.
Objection.
Nice, I can skip all this though.
Objection.
Objection. Objection.
Objection.
Objection. Objection. Is it his neck? Is it his back? Is it his pussy or his crack? God damn it, did you laugh with me?
That was a great joke, Larry.
Thanks. I think it's gotta be his neck, right? It's either his neck or the blood, but I think it's his neck because his neck clearly does not look snapped, dude. There it is. The point that makes no sense is the one being made. Ah, god damn it! How do I report a specific clip?
No, mystery, please. I've never been reported in my life.
It's the blood stain! Look closely at the blood stain at the victim's chest. Thank God! There you go! It clearly extends in a downward direction towards the man's feet. I didn't think about that! That means gravity!
Newton's law, gravity, whatever, what comes up must come down.
And
Why is that so different, Council?
I didn't think about that earlier too. If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected.
Of course, that's what happened.
Exactly, my lord. Gravity is once more OP needs nerf. Dr. Sithi made it clear in her testimony that the point at which she stole Professor Harebrian's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop, and the victim would have been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position. The blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have been formed and longitude appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Oh my god, did he? He was alive. He was alive.
He was alive.
He was alive.
I think he was alive.
he was alive.
She was alive. She helped him out. She
Alive.
stabbed him in the chest, and then she broke his neck, his dead body's neck. Or either that, or he was alive and she just stabbed him, and so she's the actual killer, sadly. Anyways. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downward to the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Osmond, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Sithi, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. You know, it's really interesting. There's a whole video about how investigators will actually have this huge thing about blood examination and how blood splatters among different surfaces. It's really interesting. And so they can determine how you know, murders took place or incidents of attacks have taken place depending on where how blood was splattered, how it was dripped on a scene and everything. It's crazy. And on what surfaces and how it dries.
Yeah.
I knew it.
I knew it. I was right. Now that I've identified the contradiction, there's only one way to explain the facts.
Yeah, right? Physics of blood splatter is fucking fascinating. It's crazy. We've all been under great misapprehension here. You saw a great documentary? Yeah, right? It's cool. I watched a little video about it. Like a guy actually talking about it. It was like one of those like BuzzFeeds. Not BuzzFeeds, but you know, videos. What sort of misapprehension? God. Dr. Sithi. Oh no. You claim that you were coerced into helping Mr. Deborah as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crimes to implicate the defendant. And you claim you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of these claims is an out-and-out lie. Oh my god, am I right, Diggy? Am I right? I don't think... Remember when I said it's either he's blackmailing her or she's blackmailing him? I think she's blackmailing him. No, I don't think she blackmailed him. I think she gave him a motive, saying like, "Hey, this is the guy who wrote the article. We can get him together. We can murder him together." I think she's the mastermind. I think I was right in the beginning, because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us is only one possible answer. If that is the case, what is it, man? He's like he doesn't even know.
Gasso, you clearly stuck on the revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Was one of Dr. Sithi's stories shown to be a lie by the contradiction of her testimony?
How she was coerced.
I was right. I'm right, Dickie. I fucking called it.
Dr. Sithi, clearly you weren't really coerced by some letter after all. What? If you were, where's the note? It's nowhere to be seen. I mean, she probably would have said she burned it. That as may be. So why didn't you present it to the court, if the assertion vexes you? Obviously, I've already disposed of it, and I'm not vexed in any of the slightest.
Gasso, did I remind you that it was you yourself who established the coercion?
No, Bog! No, I was
No.
wrong! I big brained myself, dude.
Your hubris.
My humerus is too large. Oh, I thought she was coerced. And that's the thing, she could have just disposed of the evidence. But I guess if she was coerced, then she would have been like, oh, I have the letter as evidence that I was coerced, you know? But she could have also falsified that too. There's just something about you, girl. You're suspicious about me, girl. No, dude. I'm big braining myself. All right. So where is the lie? Let me deduce this elementary, my dear Watson, before I actually make a selection. If it clearly wasn't that she was coerced and that I big brained myself, then what is it, man? Tell me. Oh, wait a minute. I've already deduced it. I think I was thinking too far ahead. The autopsy was a lie. He didn't die by fallen neck. He died by death by stabbing. Okay, so I went too far ahead. You say that you examined the body and wrote this report based on your findings. That's a blatant lie, isn't it? I'm sorry, but I simply can't fathom what you're attempting to say.
Good night, Mark. I love you. These are all on YouTube, Mark, if you miss them. If you really want to know the story. The truth is that you had your subordinates do the work for you, and they authorized the report. But then you wield your superiority over them and claim the credit for yourself. Can you honestly say that's not what happened? Yes, I can honestly say that's not what happened. Am I false? Well, good. Glad to hear it. Oh, I was wrong again?
Oh.
No fucking way. Wait a minute. Oh my god, I'm so dumb.
No, it's fine.
So fucking stupid. The stabbing of the victim. I mean, I guess they're all kind of could possibly be right at the same time. Whatever. She didn't stab him laying down. She stabbed him standing. It was like, I thought we clarified that, so the script writing is weird. The answer is very simple. You look at the intensity of how wrong that was shocked the judge was so much. Yeah. Even when the victim was stabbed, the blood would seep downwards, I was seen. We can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But you as rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have been fallen on the side when it fell beneath the stage. If this was wrong, I'm gonna flip, dude. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in the position of his own accord.
Objection!
That is impossible. The man was dead, remember? No, that's the misapprehension we have. Yeah, we caught her. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. Oh dear. But Mr. Asmund didn't die from the fall. Man, these were all the answers were technically right. What the hell? He probably lost conscious for a while, but when he came round, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Sithi appeared. We got a Zombler! She stabbed a live man. She actually committed murder. If the victim was in fact alive at this point in time, it changes everything. Oh! Mr. Adi Osmond killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrine, nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Deber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Sithi. Sorry, I couldn't think of a good one.
Can this be possible? It's true.
Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him? She killed him? Was he not supposed to die? You hoped that by admitting to be an accomplice in Mr. Dever's scheme, the trial would end, before you were accused for a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murderer. Oh, do shut up. You're so desperate now, you're making this all up, as if I would do something like that.
Objection!
I assure you, the defendant is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Ha! Logic? Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What? What do you mean? Like I had thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason do I have to kill Mr. Asmund? Asmund was involved in many number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. Shut up, Rio. I knew you were gonna make a gaping joke. But there is no known connection to Dr. Sithi there.
I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat harsh.
True, there's no obvious motive, but there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel like I've seen something somewhere that hints to why the coercion might have done this. The coroner would have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concoct a fake report, but murdering someone for no reason is a very different story. Objection! Objection! Now, when you question what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asmund, something did come to mind. I think Deborah, yeah, I don't think Deborah knew. I think Deborah thought he was killed through the fall, and that's why.
What was the castle? Align the court at once.
Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Sithi would have wanted to kill Mr. Asman. Huh, is it really the scalpel? Wait, hold on, let me process this. I'm pretty sure it's not the screwdriver. And now the iron mask wouldn't make sense because that has to do with the professor. And Adi Osman had Osman had nothing to do with the mask. But for the scalpel, she was requesting a lot of scalpels, and it was story driven that I had to examine the book about it. It's a scalpel.
Okay.
Or rather, scalpels.
Did you say scalpels?
It would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor. You. Come on, out with it. It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Oh yeah, Adi Osman was the one providing the funds for it. Look at this
big, thick book here.
Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team spending, I think.
Oh, what is it?
It's clear that the team purchased various equipments and supplies on a monthly basis, but, well, one of the entries seemed rather strange.
Really, in what way?
They're buying 500 scalpels every month.
Wow, I can't believe that's actually a thing.
500 scalpels? A month?
At first, I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now that it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money. They're money laundering. Oh my god. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Asman's criminal organization relies heavily on extortion for its fundings. Oh, I get it. Osman had the information about the professor. He knew about it, is why she had to kill him. And he was taking so much money from him. So she thought they can she can kill two birds with one stone and get Enoch Deborah to work with him because he has a motive as well. Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find where it's going would be extremely straightforward. Kill two birds. Yes, right. I got so hung up on the freaking scalpel. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Deborah, he may as well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Sithi's dark secret that he'd been used to rack money from her for the next decade. He was racking money for the next decade. That's how he became so powerful! Her dark secret.
Good lord, you mean...
I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago, but clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So, in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Osman in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret. Forever. You'll never understand. Oh wait, sorry, she yelled. You'll never understand. None of you. What we had to keep covered up all these long years. Wisha, 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 wisha. Holy shit, man. As very little of this machine remains after it was ripped apart by a bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out.
And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Sithy will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done and tell the court the truth of what happened.
10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result.
Can I get a washa? Washa! Can I remember this moment? IRL. Washa! Oh, fuck, my controller.
Okay.
I certainly understand your bitterness and your consultation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for to sever the hold that fates had over you over these years.
It's crazy how he could be charged with attempted murder instead, right? Super high voltage, instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really.
It's the adult brain mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their ability. They go on and on about their wonderful hypothesis, their stupid eyes shining like a child's. They make me sick. I cannot abide their foolishness.
Careful, Mr. Dupper.
I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It was made for quite a show, didn't it?
He did rigged it, yep.
So you admit it.
You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim?
Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge.
Revenge for the future that Mr. Asmon's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asmon, did you?
Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see.
The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. And your account of these events were all true.
Then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man's and crushing any future career he might have had.
So your plan required you that you abducted that particular waxwork model, what?
I like the idea of him like correcting himself 3 times in the courtroom.
Had.
Have had. Is that the way I'm supposed to say it?
In order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well, or on Dr. Sithy to be precise.
It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asmon turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my service as an engineer. He happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye about the coroner who handled the bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan.
What a horrid tale.
He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wills against him for revenge. I've had the rotten Scotland Yard eating at my head at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I had to suffer.
Wow, a double backstab. Look at that. So, she killed him, but he's the mastermind, technically. Your actions against those who ruin your future would justify it as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one had the right to destroy another's prospect, especially for pure selfish gain. Purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you?
Did I?
Professor Harebrian's only crime was passion for his hypothesis, and you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in the exact same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. Are you gonna cry? He's not gonna cry, is he? Oh, he's sad. I. Oh, he's sad. We made him sad. Someone in the courtroom, you can't make him cry. You're being a meanie butt. It's Sag. Gonna get the Sag in chat.
Over 6. What does Dr. say?
An immediate warrant for her arrest had been granted. She's been remained in custody, my lord. I presume she will be face trial in the coming days along with Mr. Deber.
A most regrettable situation. She made great contribution to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. And now, here's a hairbrain. I mean, hairbrain.
Oh, yes, yes?
It seems that there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realize. However, I think we can assume now that all of the sort of details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say that you are absolved for walkout.
This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. This dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool. Professor. I've spent my life thinking of nothing but my research, misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it, it's in the process I've caused others pain and misery, others who are far, far greater people than I. No, Professor, that is not true. He's gonna give him the bro talk. What? Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Deber. What happened was his doing, and he's alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. Not to blame in any way. Lord Van Zeeks, you're giving the bro talk. And this discretion, which he was referred to earlier, calling you a fool, talentless, even. He's like talking him up, dude. He's telling how big his cock is. He's like, bro, you have the biggest cock than Mr. Deber. The man has no idea. The man had no idea. Shit, I was supposed to set up Maxi's streaming thing. I totally forgot. To believe in yourself and the works of your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams. It's laudable, not laughable. Laudable. Fuck, but not laughable. You have a great cock. I dream of it even now. Fucking bug. Your dream is as big as your cock. Very huge. Very strong.
You're gonna need some new content soon.
Very straight-minded. No one has the right to deny another of such tortures. Oh. Shut up, Bach. Thank you, Brock. Obama! Just kidding, sorry. He calls him Brock.
No! Ladies and gentlemen.
Stop. I'm not gonna read that one, Bach. Sorry, are we in the cockpit? Possibly.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Yes, my lord.
it is in this court expectations that you find the defendant not guilty of charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections.
None from me, my lord.
Certainly not.
Well, this trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision, well. It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever.
What's that? Is all over?
I don't know what have become of the hours these days. I don't recognize this place. Well, in that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty. Not guilty!
Yay, we celebrate. Yay!
We're celebrating the confetti. Drop the confetti! Watch the fireworks! Court is adjourned.
Back in my day, we caught the criminal each time. Back in my day, we caught the criminal each time.
It's over. That was some trial.
Hi, Shamu. Shamu, why the number 64? Is it because you are a fan of the Nintendo 64, as of such of the Nintendo console of the third of their generation?
24th October.
Yes,
dude.
noticed that.
Oh, the 64? Yeah, right. 24th October, 4:33 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber.
Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? 64 for your B-Day. Oh, like 604? So, like, your June 04 Baba? Oh, is it? It is. Congratulations, Professor Hairbrian. Do you play Minecraft? Mr. Naruto. June 4th, yes. June 4th, yes. I was right. Miss Susato, I am truly. Besides with myself with gratitude, how can I ever thank you enough? I'm just glad it's all been cleared up. You realize you were caught up in a bad situation. Yeah, right now you know. If I had the research grant money, I'd give you the whole lot of it to you, every penny. Well, that's very kind of you, but I'm just a student, so... Wait a minute. If I defended him, who's paying me? We don't need any further financial rewards. Your acquittal is more than enough. Shamu.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I need fucking money, huh?
We're
Alright? We're broke. I've been burning firewood. There's no heat here. Shamu, have you ever thought of doing visual novels with your soothing voice? You have a very great voice. Do you know that? Oh dear. On what can I do? The whole Naruto clan is really light on the purpose. Oh. Yes.
Oh.
How about...
whoopsies.
Oh, maybe. Maybe on the positive side? Maybe a 70% yes? How's this? As a memento, the paper of my hypothesis is inside. Well, it's just as a memento then. Thank you. Yes. I've been wondering, Professor, what are you going to do now? That's totally my fucking... That's my save voice from the bartender. That's not the right voice I've been giving her. Oh, yes. What am I going to do? My hypothesis of my great machine lies in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I've last in London. Perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the great exhibit while I'm here too, and see if new inspiration hits me. Oh yes, that would be a wonderful idea.
I can't allow that. Is that Garrison? Oh, it's not. I cannot allow that.
Lord Franziques, what are you doing here?
I have a date with this man of his long, hard dreams.
Barack. Obama?
I'm so sorry you had to go through that, Albert. As I call you, Big Albert. Fat Albert. God damn it.
Larry.
I hate everything here. I hate it. You guys fucking did this to me.
No, you did this.
No,
You
Bog did it. No, Chat
You
did it.
this.
I blame Chat for making cock jokes. They all made cock jokes. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down at your prey. Thick Albert.
Oh, hey, Thick Albert. You're the one. You are
He's
one of the
ashamed of
true
himself.
friends I have. Yes, true friends. No, we all cocked up in here. God damn it, radio. I couldn't leave it to anyone else to handle the prosecution or the defense.
Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear this right? He's approved of him. He approved him. I've always knew you had my best interests at heart. Don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on.
Listen, Albert. He's like, yes, my cock is the... God damn it. I gotta stop
Larry.
reading chat. That was chat. That was not me. Listen, Albert, in a few days, your acquittal will be made official. And when that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you.
What?
From there, you cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets.
Okay, so I'm sure if you guys don't know, every time the Reaper deals with the case, the person who gets away innocent always ends up getting killed for some reason. Adi Osman, the person who was killed in this case, was actually proven innocent in a case before this with Van Zeeks. However, he bribed the jury. So, yeah, I think he's scared about his curse. But no, wait, hold on a minute. Barack, what about the great exhibit? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around.
No, no sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea.
Either he's trying to protect them, or Albert might die next case. Something that's hard to see in my warmth in these days, in these eyes, Barack. Lord Van Zeeks, what's all of this actually about? Shut up, you guys. I'm not reading you fucking chat.
A necessary precaution.
Yes, I think I understand.
You do?
Well, Iris told me that when you meet Lord Van Zeeks at the office some days ago, he asked how Miss Natsumi was doing.
Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time, and thinking it was nice of him to ask.
The point is, Mr. Natsumi is still alive and well. Even though it's been more than 6 months now he stood trial with the Reaper at the prosecutor. As the prosecutor.
Oh, you mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas?
Those in the Reaper's sights meets their end days, or sometimes months after their acquittal. It's been that pattern up to now.
But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsumi and Gina were completely innocent.
That's right, Gina was also set up.
True, and perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I do not want to take any chances with a close, personal friend.
But Barack!
Like the Mustachio Nipponese man, this man should leave the country without delay. That is why I'm packing him off to Germany at once.
Right. Does your friend's shape package get any say in it?
Goodness, was this your intent all along, Lord Van Zeeks?
Court? Were people thinking of him as the Reaper? This man seems absolutely merciless, and yet sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. Like, he's a kind-hearted soul.
It is time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being, holy fuck. Go back to jail.
Yes, alright. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo? Thank you so much for everything. Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you.
Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain.
Oh, sorry, Hairbrain.
Well, once the dust has settled, you must come and visit me in Germany.
I booked 2 train cars for Albert. It's barely enough space as it is. Gosh, shut up. God, I hate all of you.
Anyways, goodbye for now.
Guys, too many cock jokes, god damn it. I've done it. I've done it.
Now, my Nipponese friend.
Oh, yes. I thought you've gone too.
We've had matter to discuss. Could you spare me some time?
A flatbed car for one of his balls. God damn it. You want to talk with me?
I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes.
Oh, that's kind of scary. He wants to talk to me alone? Oh my god, I wonder when Lord Van Zeeks wants to talk with me. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get the sense of impending doom as he walked away this time.
I'm about yours.
The Enigma Shark? I'm just kidding. The Enigma Barack Van Zeeks. Oh, we always call him Lord Van Zeeks, so I forget Barack's his first name. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here it goes then. What if he's dead? That would be scary. What if he died within that 10 minute?
That would be awful.
I would be sad as
Oh
fuck.
god. Yeah, what the fuck?
2:40 October, 4:58 p.m. The Old Bailey's courtroom.
What if Naruhodo did it?
Yeah. Oh, we're gonna unmask him. Are we gonna unmask him?
So, are you satisfied? You save a gutless scientist from the great injustice.
God damn it, Bog, you're still out about it.
I have always wondered at how detailed Madame Tuspel is in all aspects.
Yes, I think so. I believe at least that the man's innocent could be proven. Anyways, I imagine you've been wondering what my animosity towards you Nipponese come from.
Even downstairs?
Radio. Ooh, self-slap. That shit hurt. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. Imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led you to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me
Please.
what happened, please? It was 10 years ago, yep.
I imagine there is something that justifies your racism.
The professor.
Jesus Christ.
Remember I called it? Okay, this is one of my theories. I called it the professor's Japanese. I bet the professor's Japanese. Remember? And the professor killed his older brother. I'm calling it right here. I said that not too long ago. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest.
He took your brother's life.
Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zieks. 16. Not 1, not 2, but 16 years ago. I was just a teen. He starts crying. He was already the director of prosecutions and the key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be.
God. Oh no.
He was involved in establishment
are you
of
crying?
justice system. Shut up! In a foreign countries as well. Right there. I'm getting it. Oh, he was killed by a Japanese man. I'm so right. He was involved in the establishment of a justice system in foreign countries as well. I'm fucking calling it right here. There was an exchange program between Britain and other nations then to share knowledge and ideas. As part of these programs,
You're not doing
Three
it. We're not doing it.
judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. I'm right. I fucking called it.
If it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father.
Of course. I remember Dr. Mikotoba as well.
I had no idea.
I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to 3 visiting Nipponese.
So you've actually met my father.
He and his colleague were polite and imbecile. They were adept to their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very good impression upon me. But 6 years later, that is when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There is no suspect even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. Wrong voice. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks, truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyways. He, who wouldn't want it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me, personally, I thought it was a great loss. I found myself in a very, very dark place indeed. Of my castle. Of my antechamber. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be a mystery. He been hiding in plain sight all the time.
In plain sight?
Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and the Japanese Empire.
A new treaty was being forged, I think.
Was my nose. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in intensive political discussion, which is why this particular killer appeared in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty would have been in jeopardy, but the two nations could have very well have ended up at war. Yep, he's Japanese. The killer was Japanese. That means... Oh! So who's the third guy? Fuck, I don't remember from the... We have a name. We have a name. Fuck. Can someone... Alright. If anyone remembers, can someone give me the list of name that was presented at the last case in the first game? There was a list of name. One of them was a Japanese game. This was a Morse code message in the Japanese Morse code that was sent off to the Japanese Empire, and Kazuma's name happened to be in here. As Kazuma being a student of the law, in most cases in Japanese culture, you usually inherit what your family does. This person had to be Kazuma's dad in some sort. I have a feeling. Yeah, Asashin. Yeah, Asashin. Is that... Yeah, that's the name. Asashin. And Kazuma's name was Kazuma something? Do we have his name? Oh, I can't look at the records. What? A war between Britain and then Japan? But that would mean... Oh my. You mean to say that the professor was... Kazuma Asogi. Asogi of the Asogi clan. Okay, so we don't have a relationship
When the
yet.
trial reached its conclusion
English.
earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time.
He kind of does have a Dracula voice, but more English, not Transylvanian.
Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster.
Well, that's why he doesn't like Japanese people. Kazuma Kiryu.
I
Dragon.
borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
Japanese dude. That's why his face had to be sealed.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Wow.
Wait.
Wow.
Wait a minute.
Does she know who this is?
That face.
She
I
knows.
feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Wow, what a great voice actor.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Kazuma. Is he gonna remember? It's Kazuma's dad. Watch it'll be Kazuma's fucking dad. What fucking radio? Whoa, he typed it in chat. Whoa. Oh my god, it really is Kazuma. Holy shit.
Larry, I told you. You know,
I-
you called everything else.
I
called
can't
this.
believe you.
He
I
didn't
can't believe
die.
you called this in
Fuck
game
you, Larry.
one.
You
I
doubted me
can't
this
believe
whole
you called
time.
this.
Ever since Kazuma died, I was
So,
like, he's gonna come
so here's
back.
the question:
I know it.
why did Shlomes lie? Why did Shlomes lie?
I don't know.
Father?
Father, it's his dad. I fucking called it. Otosan.
No one else would have their hair that stupid.
Kazuma!
Holy shit, dude.
Get destroyed,
Oh
Larry.
my
Get
God.
absolutely obliterated.
Oh my fucking god! I mean, they said it, but like, it actually is him. And it's his. And I fucking called it. The professor was his dad. That's why this was such a big deal.
Finally, his memories returned.
Oto-chan. Oto-san. But now he's training as a prosecutor. Damn, he's so buff.
As he stood there before me. Ryunosuke.
Now this is some bro. This is a bro moment.
Hello again,
That's a bro moment.
my friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I think she has a thing for him, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Pretty sure, right? And then he has a bromance with
I
them.
knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks, too, for taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh,
Bruh.
Karuma. The great blade of the Asogi clan. Passed down through the generations.
Van Zieks is like, what the fuck is
When
going on?
left
He actually has
Japan,
no idea, too.
His sword was at my friend's side. A Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword.
Oh, this voice acting is really
And I've
good.
kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared.
Oh, this is crazy. This isn't even the final case.
With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
Oh, he even gave it to him like that, too. Like, the way he took it.
I've made it. At last.
What if he becomes a bad guy? Like,
Father.
he's like, I will continue what you've done. And he just goes around on a fucking killing
Stabs
spree.
what's his face.
Just that,
Jumps
yes.
out the window.
Stab Van Geeks. I am the knight. Oh! He puts on the mask again.
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it. But... I still can't believe it. This mass
Wham,
murder
my dad's a serial
is
killer.
Kazuma's
Let's go.
father.
So why did he kill people? That's another question that we need to solve. No, that's the waxwork model Madame Tuspel worked so hard on. Oh, he killed it. Oh, he slid it. Well, that was very rude of him. But I guess it was to, clear some emotional stuff up.
Kazuma-sama.
He is a dual-wielding swordsman. Look at him.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about. But now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
Looks like Van Zieks is the wax model repair bill in the future. Yeah. And a really weird, awkward thing to deal with. Because, I mean, like, I guess that he was training him.
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
Why he just left? He just left them in the courtroom. What kind of fuck? So, he is the living after image of the man who took my brother's life, isn't he? Back to like weird voices. Yes, Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling that there is something there, some connection. Looks like Van Zieks. Okay. So why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Zieks' apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia too. The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyways, that's all I had to say. Thank you for meeting with me as I asked. Oh, he disappeared. Oh my god. Where'd he go? Where the fuck he go?
Vampire.
He's a he is a vampire.
Flies out the courtroom.
Here.
10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I've ever seen him.
Poor Susato-san. All this is tied up with painful memories for her too. She never talked about this with me before though. It's time to adjust to having It took time to adjust having father around, but when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me
that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that friend had left behind a son, a boy 7 years of my senior. Father told me that the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer.
His father with a train? Thus I am burdened again, because of the professor. Now, I must head to the bank to withdraw payment for the repair bill. Blast it.
I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. I'm sure you've worked out, as I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Asogi.
Oh, so she was kind of supposed to be Asogi, so okay.
So you see, that's how he and I met.
Bless the Nipponese, and this most personal attack
For a
on my
brief moment,
finances.
My great friend had returned. Only to disappear again all too soon.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, you guys are too funny. You guys are too fucking funny in chat, I swear.
For a brief moment, my friend had returned and only to disappear again too
But in
sudden.
that fleeting encounter,
something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time, as if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost feel them creaking into life. In some way, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
Whoa! Hey, quick question. Is the next case, main story or sub story? Is it a main story or side story?
Don't do it.
Because I feel like the next one is going to be a side story. Did you know there's a stepladder in this game, Diggy? You get the joke? You really want to know?
there?
Yeah, I just want to know if it's main or side story. That's all I know. Wait, Twisted Karma and His Last Bow. I feel like it's side story. I don't recall. This looks like side story. Generally, they have... Well, the first case was a side story. The second case was a side story. This case was a main story. It's all main story from here. Oh my god. Okay, the reason why I asked, the last side story-ish case was the second case. The reason why I asked is because at this point in time, we're basically at the road of, do excuse the hair. I'm ugly. No, don't look at me. Bog's never seen my face. He's new here. It's his first time in chat. Let me tie my hair. Let me tie my hair before I continue talking. I'm fucking ugly.
This is the man behind the one who speaks.
Generally, when I do visual novels, I take the camera off just for more immersion. Because I make really dumb faces and voices when I talk because I have to. That's how it's done. You know? What's it called? Basically, all I'm trying to say is, do we continue playing?
Larry is the one who knocks.
The whole point... Wow, the lighting's bad here. So, the whole point is, do I continue playing or do I end for the day and play something else? Diggy? Would you like to stick with me? Or would you like to play games with Cloudy? Because I feel like she might want to play Valorant, but I don't know.
I mean, I didn't plan anything with anyone.
Do you want to continue with me? Because I'm super invested into this and I don't want to stop, personally. And I would like you to be here because you were supposed to be here with me for these stories.
Oh, so I see. We're holding things over each other's heads, huh? Is that how we're doing it today?
I
Well, you
wanted
know
to
what?
experience the
You're supposed to
story
leave me
with
at
you.
Disneyland, Larry. I said it.
Anyways, what do you guys want in chat? Do you guys want me to keep going? If you want, I'll keep going. Because I'm fully invested, and I don't have work until 12 tomorrow. My camera has bad frame rate right now. It'd be a doozy if you pair on, so I'm down for continuing. Yeah, it's gonna be a long one. This case right here took me like so long. Go, 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 go! All right, we're going. All right, with that being said, it is break time. We're gonna take a quick break, and then we're gonna take a quick break. In the meantime, usually during my quick breaks, I like just putting food and eating. Anyone has a YouTube video we can watch? Only if we're committing for a full trial? Good lord. I can actually commit to a full trial tonight. If that's the case, then the following days, I probably won't play Ace Attorney, but we'll try to see how far we can get then. In the meantime, I'm going to go eat some food,
And I'll put something else for you guys.
Are you gonna make me food too?
I was just gonna reheat pasta. Is that what you want?
Yeah, I want some reheated pasta. Sounds good.
Voice actor plays Among Us. Oh look, all the Genshin voice actors are playing Among Us. They do that a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do that a lot. They
Oh,
do be
cooking
doing
with
that.
dog. Cooking with dog. Alright, be back.
Hi,
Enjoy
I'm
cooking with
Francis,
dog.
the host of this show, Cooking with
Aw.
Dog.
Oh, it's a cute dog.
今日は私の
So
お気に入りのハンバーガーを作ります。パテはビーフで分厚いトマトとたっぷりのレタスを挟みます。
First, let's prepare the ingredients.
Well, if we played Valorant tomorrow, though, I
Cut
would like
2
that.
1 centimeter thick slices
I'll
of
ask everyone.
tomato.
That way I'm not just springing up on them.
Lightly rinse the thinly sliced red
Isn't even curious
onion
up
to
here.
soften the pungency. Remove and strain it with a mesh strainer. Place the onion onto a paper towel and remove the excess water. Chop one pickle into fine pieces. As for the onion, chop it into fine pieces so that it will blend well with the ground meat in the patties. Next, let's make the hamburger patties. Add the milk to the panko, Japanese breadcrumbs. Stir to moisten. Add 1/3 teaspoonful of salt and pepper to the ground beef. Combine them as if you are squeezing the mixture. Quickly distribute the salt evenly. Then add the panko moistened with the milk and finely chop the onion. Squeeze the mixture and mix in the onion thoroughly. If the onion is on the surface of the meat, that part will crack easily and the juices will flow out while cooking. When they are roughly combined, fold the mixture and continue until it becomes gooey. Complete this process quickly, otherwise the temperature of your hands will melt the fat and make the meat too soft, which makes it harder to shape the patties and reduces freshness. Divide the mixture into 2 equal portions. Then roll each portion into a bowl. Let's shape the meat mixture into patties. Put a relatively large amount of vegetable oil on your hands. Then remove the air inside the mixture by tossing it from one hand to the other as if you are playing catch with it. This will prevent the patties from cracking when cooked. Shape the patty into a flat circle about 10 cm in diameter and smooth out the surface. Place each patty onto a sheet of plastic wrap for easy removal. Now, let's cook the patties. Heat a frying pan and add a small amount of vegetable oil. Thinly coat the pan with the oil. Place the meat patties onto the pan and lightly press to make them firmly attached. Gently, so as not to create any cracks in the surface of the meat. Occasionally rotate the pan to brown the patties evenly. Cook on medium heat for about 2 minutes. Then, slightly lift the patty to check the browning. When they are browned thoroughly, gently flip them over. Continue cooking for about 30 seconds. Then, add 1 tablespoonful of water, cover immediately, and cook on low heat for 3 more minutes. Now, the water should almost evaporate, and the flat patty should slightly puff up in the center. Lightly press the surface with your fingertips.
Everybody go
If
get
it
some
has a
food!
firm, steady resistance, the inside should be cooked. If you are worried about this method, pierce the patty with a bamboo skewer. If only clear juices come out, it should be ready. Turn off the burner and place the patties onto a plate. Place the pan on the burner again. If there is too much oil in the pan, wipe it off.
Bega.
Next, let's make the sauce.
Highly Lu.
Combine the ketchup, tonkatsu sauce, and water. Turn on the burner and mix. Finally, add the butter. When the butter melts, turn off the heat. Transfer the patties back to the pan. Coat the meat with a generous amount of the sauce. Now, the beef patties are ready. Let's assemble chef's favorite beef hamburger. Cut the buns in half horizontally and toast them in the oven. When they are lightly toasted, remove. Spread butter on each cut generously. This will keep the buns from absorbing the moisture from the vegetables and sauce. Spread the whole grain mustard on the bottom of the buns. Arrange the shape of the loose leaf lettuce leaves and place them on the bun so that the frills show nicely. Place the chopped pickle on top of the lettuce. Layer the red onion and then the slice of tomato in this order. Then add the beef patty coated with the sauce and cover it with a slice of cheddar cheese. Finally, complete with the top part
And
of the
now
bun.
we delve on my
Smear the hamburger with a bamboo stick to keep them from falling apart, and it is ready. If the tonkatsu sauce isn't available, you should season the meat with the salt and pepper only.
When cats
and pour
chirp,
your
shit's weird.
favorite thick
Oh my god,
dressing
the
over
dog's talking on her
vegetables.
shirt!
This is simple but also very delicious. Francis, are you watching this? This handmade Francis flag
Go
is
eat food!
so cute, isn't it?
ハンバーガー用の袋に入れて食べると食べやすいですよ。
For an alternative sauce, you can simmer red wine to evaporate the alcohol, add ketchup and demi-glace, and reduce the sauce. Good luck in the kitchen!
今日はホンビノス貝を焼いて食べられるっていうことで、漁協の直売所にやってきました。こんな感じの直売所です。
Oh, are you still 60?
入ってきた入ってきた入ってきた入ってきた出てきたつゆを塩辛いから一度は捨てるそうです。うわー、身が熱い。でこの中の汁がぐつぐつ沸いてきたら食べられるそうです。大きく開いてきた。大きいぞ。熱そう。ゆっくりな。焼きたてのハンバーグ美味しかったです。自分で焼くのも楽しいし。いい一日でした。
Hi, I'm Francis, the host of this show, Cooking with the Dog.
こんにちは。今日は人気の照り焼きチキンを焼いて美味しいサンドイッチを作ります。
First, let's make the teriyaki sauce. Combine the soy sauce, sake, mirin, sugar, and the grated garlic. Stir to dissolve well. Next, trim off the excess fat of the chicken thigh. Make numerous shallow cuts along the thick part. Then cut the chicken into 4 pieces. Now heat a pan and add vegetable oil.
You have a lot of teriyaki sauce. I should probably...
Place the chicken pieces into the pan with the skin side facing down. Saute the chicken on medium heat. When the skin turns golden brown, flip the pieces over. Lightly saute the other side. Turn off the burner. Remove the excess oil with a paper towel. Make sure to turn off the heat, otherwise the hot pan will easily burn the sauce later. Now, pour in the teriyaki sauce and distribute it in the pan. Turn on the burner again. Reduce the sauce. Flip the chicken over and coat the pieces with the teriyaki sauce. Then place the chicken onto a plate. Now let's make the sandwich. Season the chicken with shichimi, 7 flavor chili powder. This is pain de campagne, country bread in French, but you can use your favorite bread. Place the lettuce leaves onto the bread. Spread on the mayonnaise. Add a sliced new onion, which doesn't have a pungent taste. And now for the teriyaki chicken. Finally, pour on the remaining teriyaki sauce.
Yeah, that's good.
Simple, plain bread rather than rich buttery bread goes great with this recipe. We recommend lightly toasting it before making your sandwich.
照り焼きはご飯にもパンにもよく合います。美味しそう。
This cooking technique using the teriyaki sauce can also be used to cook beef, pork, or fish. Good luck in the kitchen!
Hey guys, so I made a ramen video a few years ago, but this time I want to put more effort and time into making it better. Ramen is one of the most popular Japanese fast foods, although it's not fast to cook. This recipe took me 2 days to make, but it was definitely worth it. It's probably hard to get all the ingredients I used for this recipe if you're not living in Japan, but you can easily make some of the delicious toppings I made, so please give it a try. Alright, let's start cooking. Let's make toppings first. I'm gonna start with pork. Rub in salt to season. Then, slowly sear the outside of the pork. Now let's make the sauce for the pork and boiled eggs. Get the green part of the green onion, a few slices of ginger, and crush the garlic. Add sake, mirin, soy sauce, sugar, salt in a pot, and heat it up on low heat. Turn off the butter before it boils. Now, wrap the pork with a paper towel and put everything in a Ziploc bag. Then, get rid of the air inside the bag. Using a bowl of water makes this process easy. Then place it in a rice cooker and add boiled water. Press the keep warm button and it will be done cooking in about 3 to 4 hours. Then keep it in a fridge for half a day. Now let's make half-boiled eggs. Making a tiny hole at the bottom of the eggs prevents it from cracking. Boil the eggs for 6 minutes and a half. Take the eggs out and cool them down. When they're cooled down, get rid of the shells. If you have a container like this, put the egg in, cover them with water, and shake it. Place the eggs in Tupperware and add equal parts water and sauce. Then cover it with a paper towel and keep it in the fridge for half a day as well. When the pork is done, slice it as thin or as thick as you want. Now let's make the soup. Prepare the soup stock like this. Next, add green onion, ginger slices, chicken bones and wings in boiled water, and boil them for a minute to get rid of smell. Place them in cold water and chop the bones into chunks. Put the bones and chicken wings in a pot and cook it on very low heat for an hour. Let's make clam soup at the same time. Before cooking the clams, get rid of sand in the clams by adding 3% salt water and wait for half a day. Boil the clams with sake and kondu for 30 minutes on low heat. Skim off scum while boiling. Cut off the skin of chicken and fry it on low heat until it becomes crispy. I'll use chicken oil for the soup and chicken skin for the topping later. Let's make another topping. This time I'll use the white part of green onion. Cut off the core and slice it thinly. Soak it in water for 5 minutes. Now let's blend all the soup. The blend ratio is completely up to you. For example, if you want the soup to be a little more fishy, then add more bonito stock. You can see my ratio in the description box, but you can adjust however you want and make your own soup. When the soup is done, add soy sauce with kondu and chicken oil and ramen bowl first. Let's prepare toppings. Scorch the pork slices. Cut the egg in half. Pour soup in the bowl. Finally, boil the noodle. Strain it well. And finish. This is so good. Like this one? It was
All right. Put this bowl away. We'll continue. Get drinks too.
Yay. Okay, I'm ready.
Got it, Egg. You get a good rest. No, I don't think he didn't eat for 2 days. It's 2 days of prepping, Bog. Didn't eat for 2 days. Fasting? Damn. Dude, people who fast are brave. That's crazy.
Night, Egg.
Good night, Egg. All right. As a reminder for those who do not know, my name's Larry. I play every bunch of type of games. I may not play this game kind of very often, but if you ever do miss anything, I do VOD all my videos now. So you are fully welcome to catch out my YouTube. Yeah. Yeah, we're just gonna continue. Plug.
I'm gonna take some painkillers and vibe out, because oh my god, I have the worst headache. Okay.
Okay.
Be right back.
Vibe out doesn't stay with me, but just vibe out. Okay. Dark chocolate all crack. Is it real crack? Real quick. Okay. Good night, Egg. Should I play Valorant later? I don't know. Oh, whatever. There's cheesecake in the fridge and freezer if you break it. let me dissolve this chocolate in my mouth before we continue. Well, normally it's a cutscene, so I'll wait until Diggy's back. It will start. How's everyone's day so far? Is everyone enjoying your time here? Is that a handshake emote? That Maximilian dude? It is. That's cool. Huh? Painkillers? I think we're out of painkillers. That's Dalton. Wishing for the end went from witch to Clockwork Man bad. Yep. Well, she wasn't bad. She was just testimony about her side.
I've done it.
Time. It's time.
I've done it, Larry.
Oh, it's you and Cyclops. Oh, okay.
Done it. You're not even gonna ask me what I've done? I'll wait.
You take painkillers?
Oh yeah, that too. But guess what?
What did you do?
I am god at Beaver Game, and everyone is jealous. I've done it. I've
That is
cracked
true.
the formula. I am god at Beaver Game.
That is true. You are a Beaver Game god.
I am a Beaver Game god. And it only took me several extinctions to finally get the hang of it. But now I control the dams. I am God.
Dance, dance, we're falling apart to have time. Alright. Are you ready? Alright, it's time. Got the chocolate throat, got the soda throat. Start playing from this episode, The Twisted Karma and his last bow. Like bow or bow? I think it's bow. Twisted Karma and his lasso bow.
Pipe in hand, Sholmes looked down.
Sholmes.
Thick rolling fog outside our window. I wonder exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden within this bed of fog, he said. Indeed, a most bizarre incident, born of a curious advertisement. A hellhound's mad gallop through the shadows of a serial murder, an executed man's graveyard resurrection in the dead of night.
A dog?
And a commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room at the edge of town. There is, naturally, always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant. And it is that other side which compels me to the scene of the crime, Wilson.
Wilson or Watson? Say Wilson?
So quickly now, take your hat and let's be on our way, my dear fellow. For our adventure is not over yet. Come, the game is afoot.
A foot? What about a feet? Sorry.
Bah.
8 days after. Go so cloudy. 8 days after that earth-shattering trial, Kazuma regained his memories. We were in the foyer of one of London's most luxurious hotels, the Great Waterloo Hotel. Is that an actual hotel? Oh, yeah. 1st November, 10:24 a.m. Great Waterloo Hotel foyer. Professor Mikotoba is due to arrive any moment. No! Her dad's gonna die, Diggy!
No!
Yes, I'm so glad we got here in time. Sada-san hasn't been the same since what happened. I'm not that surprised, though. The truth about Kazuma-san's father. Do you suppose my father knew that he was actually the mass murderer, the professor, you mean? I knew that's what she was thinking about. There's a good chance, I say. I mean, they did come to London together 16 years ago, didn't they? Yes, that's true. Come to think of it, didn't you say that the Professor Mikotoba knew about Kazuma going missing in Hong Kong as well? That's right, but for some reason, he wasn't at liberty to talk to me about it. Probably means he knows then, about Kazuma showing up here in London with amnesia, and that he's regaining his memory now. Ah, there she is! Is that the dad? Oh, who the fuck is that? Oh, it's the judge! Whoa! Diggy. Whoa.
What?
That's the judge from Japan.
Oh.
That's the, yeah, they said the judge and her dad was gonna come. So, like, they're in full British outfits, so it threw me off. Oh, Ato-san. Hello, Susato. How are you?
Very well, thank you. We're delighted you arrived safe and sound. Damn, this man looking spiffy, dude. Look at him.
Hello, Mr. Naruhodo. Very kind to take the trouble to meet us here.
Oh no, not at all. It's my pleasure.
We've heard of your extraordinary exploit here in London, you know. The news have crossed the seas.
It has?
I've always looked forward to reading the monthly reports that arrive with the steamship from Britain.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much. Who is this man, and why do I feel that I've seen him before?
I've taken from your expression that you can't quite place me.
In that case, how about a little reminders?
In that case, how about a little reminder, says Soshiro. Seishiro, a firm tap should do it. Yes.
A firm tap? A what?
Gonna tap his butt. Here we go then. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, guilty.
Ah. Oh, you're...
He's the judge.
Damn, you looking good. I was like, why is there a stab sound effect? Fucking Sky spamming him.
The court will now hear the trial. of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
I can't think of a voice for this guy. I have too many big, grueling dad voices that, like, I don't know what to do with this.
Your Excellency.
Hello, Judge Jikoku. How are you doing? It's been a long time.
Just go with that one.
Good. You remember now. That's really did the trick.
Guilty. Wow. Only I was not guilty, wasn't I? There was no laughing matter at the time.
So, London again after all this time. Hard to believe it's been 10 years. To be honest, I never thought I'd be back.
Neither did I.
I didn't imagine Japan would be inviting an international synopsis like this. Really though, I doubt anyone did, to be honest.
It's all thanks to you, isn't it, Seishiro?
What are you talking about, Eugene?
Of course, Judge Jikoku, he must have completed the set. He's the other man who 16 years ago came to London with Kazuma's father and Professor Mikotoba. He's the third visiting scholar. Oh, Jikoku! His name is Judge Hell! Oh my god. Oh my god. Well, all those passport checks in London and luggage searches at the border took a rather long time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through all of that, did you?
Ah, I knew you were jealous.
Jikoku. Yeah. Sorry, ministerial status? Yes, didn't you know? Seishiro here is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. What? It was his personal insistent that allowed you to take Kazuma's place here in the study tour.
Guilty as charged.
Oh, well, thank you very much. He really is every bit as important as he looks. No, look at this suit, dude. Yes, Naruhodo. I received a telegram from Lord Strongheart yesterday. Oh, you did? It appears that something came to light in a trial that you were involved in 8 days ago. About what happened 10 years ago. That tragedy. Fucking Sky. Yeah, can you tell us more about it? Oh wow, we're already talking now? So, how was the voyage here? Hope nothing bopped your head. Aha! Well, 50 days at the sea is a long time by anyone's standards.
But it wasn't as bad as when we came 6 years ago.
No, that's not true, but I truly wondered if we could be drifting in the vast ocean for the rest of our lives. This time we followed the same route as you, so we were able to relax and enjoy the experience.
So you stopped in France's beautiful capital, Paris? Oui.
We did, yes, though only for one night, and yesterday's evening we left the port of Dunkirk for Dover.
Just in time for the synopsis, in fact, it starts tomorrow.
It's so wonderful that you were invited to attend such an important international event. I'm very proud of you, Father.
It's thanks to Seishiro here.
16 years ago, he managed to integrate himself with British Attorneys General. I'm sure that's why he was invited, and I suppose you could say I'm something of an appendage by default.
Speak for yourself, Eugene. You're a close friend.
That's not the right accent.
You are a close friend with the professor in forensic science at the Major's Hospital.
Yes, well, I'd rather not tread all that up. Really.
No. There's been a lot of water under the bridge since then, but it doesn't bring him back.
Kazuma's father, I suppose. Alright, bring it in. The professor, the killer who took the lives of 5 members of the British aristocracy, was actually Kazuma's father, wasn't he?
That's correct. Genshin Asogi.
Genshin? Like... Alright, no Genshin Impact jokes, please. We're not... No, like,
oh, he impacted the Great Britain's police...
No, alright, no Genshin jokes.
Okay.
Hold back, alright, hold back, everyone.
Genshin.
You knew it, I presume, father.
Yes, he was a close friend at the time.
Genshin came to Britain as a police detective. He was...
Oh, police detective.
He was investigating techniques at Scotland Yard. I never understood what drove the man to commit such heinous acts. It was a closed trial, so the public never knew of the truth, and he was executed with little ado. To this day, very few people know what really happened, even in our homeland.
But what about Kazuma? Did he know? Did he know the truth about his father?
No, of course not. He was told his father passed from sickness.
That is not... I'm giving him the wrong accent.
It was told he was passed from sickness.
Alright, there you go. However, I suspect he may have had his doubts.
Oh,
why? As you know, I tried to guide Kazuma growing up if he was my own son. Then one day, he came to my office at the university and said,
I've decided I want to travel to Great Britain and study there.
Do you think he wanted to come here to investigate his father's death?
I don't know, but when I looked into his eyes, I did know that there was no way I'd be able to stop him.
Something else came to light in that trial the other day, actually.
Oh? What?
Well, having disappeared in Hong Kong and been missing for almost a year, Kazuma has since turned up here in London working as an apprentice of Lord Van Zieks.
What? Nani? That's a news to us.
So, Lord Strongheart's telegram neglected to mention that part then. You didn't know? So what's Lord Strongheart thinking? As you know, we both thought Kazuma had died on the steamship during our voyage to Great Britain in January.
But he didn't die. He's alive. As you knew, didn't you, father?
An actual fact, no. What I did know is that when your ship docked in Hong Kong, he mysteriously vanished. We sent a team to investigate in Hong Kong to try to ascertain what had happened, but to no avail.
But he's still alive. Here in London, you say. Never dared even dream of it.
Why on earth did the young man not make contact? The government and the police have been chasing clues ruthlessly for months now.
Well, it seemed that he was suffering from amnesia.
Oh, nani? Amnesia?
When we first came across him here in London, he didn't know who either of us were.
I see.
He only regained his memories 8 days ago.
This is unbelievable.
Yes, it's quite miraculous. I wonder why Lord Strongheart didn't let us know. Must speak with him urgently. I wonder how Kazuma's been these past few days.
Would it be wrong for us to go and visit him?
Soda.
That began 16 years ago now. It's a distant memory, really. It was Eugene here, Genshin Asogi, and myself. We were the original 3. The first judicial scholar from Japan to travel overseas to Tazi.
Ocean voyage were not where they were today, I can tell you. 16 years ago, things were tough for the generation.
Her father was an exceptionally fine medical student at Umeri University at the time, you know, young lady.
Yes, grandmother told me.
He went to do research at the Great London Hospital to study autopsy. Practically unheard of in Japan.
Yes, it was an eerie place, sandwiched between the back of a prison and a burial ground. No more talk of graves.
Very often, there is no one willing to deal with bodies following autopsy work.
So you see, autopsy labs was something of an unavoidable relationship with graveyards and prisons. Not my cup of tea at all. Do you remember that Scottish prison governor? Camden, his name was. He was a good man.
Yes, but of course, in our 60th year, everything changed with that dreadful case, when Genshin was arrested for a series of the most gruesome murders.
I simply couldn't believe it. I've known the man for years.
I was a witness at the Stiggett hearing. I tried to speak in his defense, but you were a little too far and ended up facing charges yourself, didn't you? Well, suffice to say that after the trial, we were sent back to Japan.
There was nothing more that we could do than save Genshin. He was a lost cause, sadly.
Oh, I bet he was framed. I bet he was framed, Iggy. 100% framed. And someone's trying to ruin the relationship between Japan and, you know, whatever.
Well, if you excuse us now. Yes, I'd like to get to this trunk up to my room as soon as possible.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have held you up here for so long. I'll call for the porter then. Just wait here.
His amnesia. Whoa, Susato's gone off to the run.
I'd like to stay and talk more, but I do have various preparations to make for tomorrow.
Yes, of course. Must be a big responsibility representing our entire country. I wish you the best of luck.
Naruhodo. I hope you'll keep an eye on Susato for me. Keep looking after her as you obviously have been.
Oh no. Oh no, death flag. Death flag. Death flag line. That's a death flag line.
Oh no, I mean, if anyone's looking after anyone, it's her looking after me.
Well, I do appreciate you being there for her, after all. I've been a miserable father to her. I've thoroughly let her down.
Sorry? What do you mean?
Well, it was 16 years ago that I started my long study tour here in Britain, as you know. The very year Susato was born.
Yes, I heard. The birth of my daughter was the most joyous event of my life, but... Well, sadly, it was accompanied by the most tragic event of my life, too. Oh, yeah, Susato hinted at something like that. Ah, got the flashback.
It was a rather turbulent time at home.
Anyways, I won't bore you anymore with the details. The point is, I rather became less dependable than benefit as a grown man. And then it was Seshiro offered me an opportunity to study here in Great Britain.
I was too worried about to leave you behind, Though perhaps I was a little heavy-handed when it came to persuading you to accompany me to London. So, that's what happened in a nutshell. And that is also the reason why I now feel compelled to give my daughter as many opportunities as I dare. Though the world does not readily afford young women such things, I must say, I completely understand, Professor. Ah, one other thing. If I may be so bold, I have a favor to ask you.
Even more red. Is this even a red flag? I don't know what it is, because this is hella red flag. Oh, of course. What can I do for you?
Well, the thing is,
I'm so sorry it took so. Wait, that guy? That guy again? Man,
I hate this guy.
I'm so sorry it took so long.
Miss Susato.
Oh, Miss Susato.
Now then, allow us to take your bags.
Allow me to take your bags.
One moment, if you please, Porter.
Of course, sir.
That machine around your neck. It's a camera, I believe.
Quite right, sir. Just 5 shillings for a lovely photograph to commend a wonderful stay at the hotel, sir. These two entries weren't afraid to put some harsh topics up front.
Yeah. Well, if I'd given the occasion, we could justify the expense.
Oh, yes, of course.
Aw, look.
He's gonna die. I'm gonna be sad. He's dead. He's dead. He's so dead. He's so fucking dead.
I'd like to thank you for coming with me, Mr. Naruhodo. It really made Father very happy, I think.
Oh, well, I'm pleased then. But we were interrupted before. Professor Mikotoba was about to ask me of something.
Shall we return to Baker Street then? I expect Iris will have some delicious tea waiting for us.
Yes, let's go. Alright, I guess we shall go. I'm getting more and more anxious about Kazuma, though. Perhaps I'll try to meet with Lord Strongheart later and ask after him. Alright, I guess we're going to Sushi's office. Sushi! Go to hell, but he's right here. Mask. Wait a minute, is he here? November 1st, November, Shalom's is sweet.
Wee!
Wait, what? Wee? What was that?
A man screaming in a most unflattering way.
Do you think could have been Mr. Shlom's?
Oh my, I do hope
not. Who the fuck are these two? Alright, what accent is that? Is that an accent? Ooh, I don't do it anymore. What accent is that? What word is that?
Weh, I don't do it anymore, weh.
Mon amin. Oh no, French? It's also French? Okay.
I beg it.
Mon amin. Stop this disgraceful display, huh? Who are these people? Look at their hair. It's bright red.
I think they must be clients of Mr. Shlom's.
Why more French? Right, you two, come with me now. Down to the clique.
No, not in prison. It's so dark and damp and I don't like it.
Boof, the darkness is my friend. I am not scared.
Wee, but you're always scared of the Zark.
Shut your mouth, you idiot. I will sit quietly in the Zark and plans our next daring escape.
Wee.
I don't like her. Well, tough. We'll finish it down at the yard. Now get moving.
Bye then, Genie. Have fun.
I think the stubby one's Italian? Oh, man. All right, thanks, Iris. And thanks, you great detective. God, you gotta love Gina. Tall one's French, other one's Italian. All right, gotcha.
Hee. Gina makes a fine detective herself, doesn't she? Oh, Susie and Bruno.
Oh, hello, Iris. We're home.
Well, did you find your daddy?
Sorry.
Did you find Daddy? Yes, we arrived at the hotel just before he and his friends. Ooh, well, that's really great news. I really hope you can see my daddy again soon. Yes, of course.
Did John H. Wilson...
So, Iris, all that remains now is the greatest of problems known to man.
I was right! Whoa, his hair's dyed. That's not cute. Oh.
But before
like red, but that's a lot.
That's a lot of red. That's like that's like my spirit element is red, you know. Who is you, Daddy, and where does he work?
He doesn't even belong in the Weasley family. You know
I should have. Yeah.
Like the Harry Potter joke.
Iris, I will let the uses of Daddy pass because she's 7. She's 9, I think, actually. Sorry to actually use it, but actually she's 9.
But before we concern ourselves with that, I believe some tea is in order, don't you, my dear fellow?
10. Fuck! Fuck me. Actually, shut up.
Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Do I have a crumb or such like on my face?
Not so much of your face as on your head, I say.
Come along then, everyone. I brew a very, very special tea blend. Tea time for tea.
Whatever is going on here today.
In that case, let us sit and drink now. For I am, in fact, expecting a guest later today.
Just get the fuck out of there.
Mr. Shlomes, who are the 2 gentlemen that were here before?
Oh, just a pair of petty criminals. Nothing of significance. Of course, they have to make a living somehow. And when the moon takes me, I'm willing to turn a blind eye to all matters of infractions.
Then when the moon takes you?
And a hemorrhage and shot it out in his head. Ew. All manners of infraction?
But when such a fellow sets their sight on Mr. Herlock Sholmes, well, that's when their luck runs out.
Oh my, you were the target of a crime, Mr. Sholmes?
But I quickly devised a plan to entrap them and deliver them to our young late detective ally.
You should have asked Gwexy to come too. He would have had an arresting tea party.
I did send word, but no answer was forthcoming. The man is consumedly in the wrong place at the wrong time. There's a word for it, I'm sure. Ah, I have it. A bungler. That's the word.
That's a good job. He's not here to hear you say that. Those redheads have been up to no good.
I wonder what the men did.
What about the greatest problem known to man did you mention before?
Is it another fiendishly intrinsic case, Mr. Sholmes?
How should I best explain this? Are you aware of the theory of evolution by natural selection, perhaps?
Well, that was...
He's a Redditor.
He's a Redditor. Well, that was a fucking turn of events. Well, I mean, I think I've heard talk of it somewhere, possibly.
It's a revolutionary science theory that was newly proposed 40 years ago now. According to its author, Mr. Darwin, we humans were once apes who lived in the treetops.
Wait, what? We were apes? Indeed, from the very moment these apes descended from the canopies to live as humans, it has been our lot to at the be the mercy of the greatest problem known to man.
Our lot? What's the great problem, Mr. Sholmes?
Oh no, I'm an ape.
Why, is it not obvious, my dear madame? The problem of rent!
Oh. Ha. You like this music? I like that music too, it's so engaging.
But did you not receive a rather large sum of money from Madame Tuspa only the other day?
Pshaw! A large sum?
Shit! It's hard.
You okay?
It's hard talking like that.
Keep doing it.
Okay. One potted herb for Iris, and a new motor car for me at later, and all of it has quite disappeared, I assure you.
Honestly, Hurley, you know you squandered it.
He bought a car? Oh my god, you're right, he just bought a car. Well, yeah, anyways, like 2 days ago, I discovered the answer to the man's greatest problem for the coming month at least.
And what was the answer?
Why, there's a substantial clue before your very eyes.
Don't tell me. Let's see.
Humans are so sorry creatures, unable to see what is in front of their nose. Let me give you some assistance. Don't look, but observe me very closely. There's one particular feature about my person that has changed. You should notice it in the end, I think.
In the end? It's been stabbing me in both eyes right from the very beginning of our conversation.
I think we might need another clue before we uncover the full answer, Mr. Naruhodo. Thanks for the hint.
I'll be tearing my hair out of this charade if the charade goes on any more longer.
Mr. Shlom, isn't it about time you told us the truth? Just over a week ago, you said to us...
I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow.
The great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you all well to remember that. That case that brought the SS Brewery in January. Cosmo wasn't killed. You knew he wasn't dead at the time. So what was really going on? You know what's funny? In the second case with the Russian activist, they never talked about the Russian activist too. I wonder if he's gonna make a scene.
The fellow
was unconscious for a very long time. If he hadn't regained conscious when he did, his life would have been in mortal peril. Oh, so he was in a comatose. Of course, a side effect of the prolonged comatose state was amnesia, as you now know. It was a simple enough task to silence the crew. But how? After they carried him out of the cabin, they assembled him in the lobby area. And I made them swear to leave him unconscious and have him unlaid from the ship in Hong Kong as a murdered corpse.
Oh, how horrible.
It was necessary to find some material which to persuade the crewmen to keep their word, of course. But why? Why'd you do it in the first place? I will be at the liberty to elaborate in due course. But for the time being, I would like you to reassure you. I didn't foresee subsequent events. What events? His disappearance in Hong Kong.
Oh!
I believe I may have been made a gross error in judgment.
Mr. Sholmes.
Yep, his hair's bright red. This thing is blaring at me in the eye. Why is his mask here?
The mask Cosmo wore when he was assigned to Lord Van Zeeks as his apprentice. When he cast it aside at the trial the other day, I just sort of picked it up.
Oh.
We ought to give it back to him, I suppose. But he has his memory back now, doesn't he? I can't help but feeling he might turn around and tell me coolly to wear it myself. But isn't he your very best friend?
Oh, it's cold. Oh, it's them two. Check something real quick. 1st November, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice Office. Here is the final draft of the opening address for tomorrow's proceeding. Is Cuntberg and Van Zeeks? No, don't say Cuntberg. I've supplemented your original with the figures you asked for from the yard. The boys? Yes. I see. Excellent work. Thank you. You're welcome, my lord.
What's Lord Van Zeek doing here? My, there seems to be an awful lot of tension in the air, wouldn't you say?
This place is stifling enough as it is. I really don't want any more tension. Oh, that's kind of scary. Two of them just both looked at me. My apologies. I didn't notice you come in. Your small stature and dark dress makes you all but invisible to me.
Oh, no, it's entirely my fault for wearing black, I'm sure. From now on, you must dress in the white head to toe whenever you come here.
Now then, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I'm right here. Kill me now. Is something wrong? Perhaps it's a little too hot in here for you.
Oh, no, not at all. I mean, I never experienced a room with such a perfect temperature.
If you're sure, the beads of sweat carving their way down your face seems to suggest otherwise. Because of the dagger you're staring at me, Randy. As you no doubt aware, my international forensic science synopsis begins tomorrow. In fact, your father arrived in London earlier today, I hear, madam.
Oh, yes, that's right, my lord. He's extremely honored to have been invited.
I'll leave the remaining preparations for the meeting room in your capable hands then, Lord Van Zeeks. I will attend at once. Staring at me. He stared at me. He glanced at me. It's hot.
He gave you a very cold stare as he left, didn't he?
I know. But I haven't done anything, have I? These past few days, my feet has barely touched the ground, I must say. So cold, but oh so hot. My dedicated right hand for many years was recently put out of action in spectacular fashion.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear about that. Is your left hand still of service?
Mr. Naruto, he's talking about Dr. City.
Oh, of course. I'm terribly sorry about that. I was just, fear not. You've done nothing wrong. Dr. City's own wrongdoing precipitated the situation. You needn't concern yourself with it any further. That would be a lot easier to do if it weren't for the piercing stares you're giving me. Lord Van Zieks is doing an admirable job of holding the fort, though, disturbingly, his apprentice has been missing since yesterday. Oh, wait, missing?
Oh, what's become of Kazuma-sama now?
I mean, the man's out himbos Edgeworth here. Not long ago, visitors' numbers in the Great Exhibit exceeded 30 million. 30 million? That's a lot of... Wait, can you even... That doesn't sound right. A place gathered 30 million people? That's a lot. Anime Expo doesn't even carry that much people.
As a comparison, Mr. Naruto, the population of the imperial capital of Tokyo is 2 million.
Wow. I will be opening the International Forensic Science Symposium. It's not even synopsis, it's symposium. In the exhibit's main auditorium. This event has been 2 years in the making. 2 years of preparation and negotiations with other countries.
Sounds like a tremendous achievement. Congratulations.
The 20th century will see a wholesale adoption of forensic investigation techniques, and cooperation between policing organizations around the globe will be essential. Which is why this landmark first symposium has to be hosted here at the heart of our great British Empire. In order that Scotland Yard can become the leading investigation organization in the world.
Also, for reference, London has 5 million people here.
Yeah, 30 million is crazy. Same as ever, I see. The passion is quite something else.
You're every bit as passionate in your own way. I'm sure, Mr. Naruto.
I'm the only person in this country who truly cares about the future that embraces forensic science. It was my intention to become Her Majesty's Attorney General and reform the Yard from the ground up. So, the disgrace of the forensic investigation team has been a bitter blow to my ambition. I first established the forensic investigation team a year ago, experimentally to start with Dr. City at the helm. It was steadily occurring an impressive record of achievements. I was on the verge of changing his name and elevating his status to a full-blown forensic investigation department.
And can you not do that now?
Obviously, nobody wants to hear anything about it at the moment. I even can't keep the story out of the papers. 6 million Londoners would be cursing forensic science now. This incident will set back our country's advancement in the field by a good 10 years, I say.
Unintended repercussions of our trial. We simply couldn't have overlooked what had happened, though.
Of course not. We should all be grateful to the both of you.
Whoopsie, 6 million, damn.
Anyways, I'll still reform the country's policy when I become Attorney General. This might delay my plans, but it won't alter them. Nothing will stand in my way.
Alright, what about Kazuma? About Lord Van Ziek's apprentice.
Ah, yes, that came to me as a surprise, I must say. That you and he are old friends.
How did he become an apprentice of Lord Van Ziek in the first place?
It came about 3 months ago. An unidentified Asian man was apprehended by Porter police.
Oh.
They found him hiding aboard a large goods vessel.
Oh my. So he was stowed away to get here?
He had no paper to identify himself, no passport, and he was suffering from amnesia too. Other than the fact that he was clearly in Eastern descent, there were no clues as to who he was.
The princess of Lord Van Ziek? I'm sorry?
So I decided to assign him to Lord Van Ziek. That way I can keep an eye on him.
But then, why the mask? I didn't want to burden Lord Van Zeke with a tiresome explanation about why he had an Eastern appearance, because it would be so much easier to explain why he was wearing a mask. He's proven to be a great help to Lord Van Zeeks. We have high hopes for his future. By the way, do you know where he's gone? No idea, but I believe he's left London for the time being. Oh. I take it you didn't know that the man's father was the one country's most infamous criminal. I mean, of course we didn't know. Genshin Asogi. Kazuma's father's crime. When we learned that the trial 8 days ago was a huge shock, finding out my friend's father was... Ah yes, Genshin Asogi. The professor's case 10 years ago caused a great stir here in Great Britain.
There were such awful murders and unprecedented, using a ferocious dog as a murder weapon.
Oh, that's right, the Hounds of Baskerville. Okay, so the Hounds of Baskerville was the case. Alright. Because they used a dog as a murder weapon. That's right. Leftover donuts. I want some leftover donuts, Ace. Oh, don't say I can donuts these face in my mouth. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it, Ace. Not growing out his Waluigi mustache. He did have a Waluigi mustache, but he's not a full one. Ace, don't do it to me. I really want some donuts now. Fuck, I can't even buy donuts, guys. I can't even fucking buy donuts. I was gonna say that, but damn, you come up with the weirdest shit. Shut up. How dare you, dude? And no one would believe the culprit was a foreign student invited to study here by the government. So the true identity of the killer couldn't be made public then, and cannot be made public now. Nobody in your country knows it was him, and neither do the citizens of London.
The main motive was to avoid aggravating relationships between the nations at the time, I understand.
Correct. However, it had to be noted that there were clearly some supporters of the professor's apparent cause. What? Supporters of a mass murder? The majority of the man's victims were on a blight on the aristocracy of the day. Somewhat ironically, their deaths actually benefited society as a whole. Or so a few thinkers in London believe anyways.
Right, I see.
But it was still murder, wasn't it? I bet Kazuma's father ended up getting the blame for it. 100%. 100% is usually what happens.
It seems very similar, doesn't it? To the idea of the Reaper of the Bailey.
First November, Naruhodo's Legal's Consultancy. What to do? The good news is that Professor Mikotoba arrived safely, isn't it?
Yes, it's wonderful. And the fact that Father had been invited to this important international event really makes me proud. To be his daughter! Ooh.
Your father, Judge Chukoku, us, and Kazuma, of course. There's an ever-increasing number of Japanese here in the Britain capital, isn't there? Obviously, these nuts.
Well, yes, I'd suppose so. But Londoners do have a population of 6 million people, so I think we still a minority.
Oh yeah, 6 million. So it's not his father who came to visit as a visiting student 16 years ago in Kazuma. It's almost as though some great power had been at work drawing them here across the ocean to London. And I feel as though the waters are starting to swell again now. Three over 6 million. Crazy, I know, right? Look at that picture. It's the Crystal Tower.
Well, the Great Exhibit is one of Britain's most prestigious achievements in recent years. I wonder how tall it is. It really does represent the pinnacle of science achievements in so many ways.
It's like a 20-meter tall chimney at the bathhouse near my lodging at UMaine University.
The attendants there always boasting that it's the tallest object in the neighborhood. I'm sure. Did you know that over the channel in Paris, there's a tower that's 300 meters tall? What? How many more taller than that is a chimney at Yumene's soaking hot spring is that? If it's that tall, then how does it draw properly? The smoke would get stuck surely. I don't think it's that sort of tower, Mr. Naruhodo.
Okay. Oh, where do I go now? Hey, I'm back. Spending that must make you feel so important, don't you think?
Would you like to have an office like this, Mr. Naruto, with such grand desks?
Who, me? Nah, I don't think so.
Oh?
Well, imagine if you suddenly found yourself needing a toilet. You have to go so far to go.
How? True. Perhaps the important people who work in Ansenia's office like this haven't considered such things.
I'm going to take that as a compliment. Dude, it's so freaky because it looks like a gap right here.
We shall build a tower to make a smoke of a baguette over rise up.
God damn it, radio. It's probably something here. Nothing out of the blue.
This looks like last week's edition.
What's that article circling in Reddit there?
It's an advertisement column. It says, The Red-Headed League.
The Red-Headed League? What's that?
I don't know. I've never heard of it before, but...
Is something on my face?
Clearly this has something to do with that. Lively hair.
Okay, kid?
Yeah, I was drinking.
The Red-Headed League, on account of the bequests of the late Isaac Hopkins of Lebona, PA, USA, there's now another vacancy open which entitles a member of the league to a salary of £4 a week for purely nominal service. All redhead men who are sound in body and mind and above the age of 21 years are eligible. Apply in person on the morning of the 31st at a large park on Lime Street. Get £4 per week if you are a redhead. The most fast... Wait, what? What am I reading? What is this? Holmes? Bruh? Oh, circle an advertisement in this paper, Mr. Holmes. Or Schlomes.
Okay. To the Red-Headed League, Does that strike you in some way?
I was thinking that just maybe it might be related to your bright red hair. Also, fun fact about the Eiffel Tower, it was meant to be a temporary, but it turned out to be such a tourist draw that it just never went away. Really? What's the point of the Eiffel Tower? Isn't it just it's a tower, right?
It's art.
It's art?
It is art.
It is the art.
Yes, it's an art.
It is an art. So, you have last learned to apply my methods, Mr. Naruhodo.
Sorry?
At the first instance, it's quite indispensable observation.
Believe me, I could have seen that hair with my eyes shut.
So then allow me to regale you with the details of my latest exploit.
Regale or boast? Boast these nuts. Got him. So, what is this Red-Headed League anyways? Which seems to be the subject of the advertisement you circle.
You've noticed in the papers then. that my dear fellow was going to be the source of this month's rent pay.
It was? Wow.
According to the advertisements, the Red-Headed League is a distinguished institution, a fellow of unspecific governance. In fact, the only condition for becoming a member is having red hair.
This is so, like, pyramid schemey. That doesn't entirely surprise me.
But listen to what the lucky redheads receive once they join. An unconditional salary of £4 a week. Oh my, £4 a week?
But why? What are they paying people for?
That I do not know. No details are given in the advertisements.
But surely every redhead person in the country would be flocking to join in that case. You're right, Susie. There's no time to lose. I'll put in my application at once. Solai, just on the off chance.
That might be stretching a point, I think.
The trouble is, they have a fixed number as a member, you see.
Oh, I see. So once a certain people have joined, no one else can.
But as luck would have it, one of the members recently passed away.
What?
It wasn't particularly lucky for the redhead in question, I feel, Mr. Shlomes.
So
you decided to try and join in his place?
Correct. I mean, look at me. Have you ever seen such a red-headed fellow?
No.
So why? Why did it have to go so wrong?
What on earth happened?
A blunder, Mr. Naruhodo, though it pains me to admit.
Everything is changing on the script.
Thanks. What did you actually do to your hair, Mr. Shlomes?
I'm glad you asked, Miss Susato. What you see atop my head is neither dyed nor a hairpiece. I changed the color of my hair overnight by the wonders of chemistry.
So you dyed your hair?
I was conducting some research into a method of rejuvenating spent tea leaves. In the course of my work, I stumbled upon a potion that when taken turns one's hair into a flame like red. Would you like to try it? It can make your everyday hair on your body perfectly crimson.
Ew, every hair in his body? I think I'll pass. I don't want red pubes.
But Mr. Shlomes, is it
wrong voice.
But Mr. Shlomes, is it quite safe to drink? Surely it's bad for you, isn't it?
Amateurs are always hampered by such fears.
Even butt hair? Even butt hair. Even butt hair radio.
Oh, I should have never doubted you, Mr. Shlomes. You mean to say.
But of course, to earn £4 a week, one must be prepared to turn a blind eye to a little danger.
That degree of red signals more than just a little danger, surely.
So anyways, Hoey left full of confidence yesterday with his new red hair. For the park on Lime Street where the Redheads League were interviewing prospects for new members.
So, what went wrong? The whole park was chock with red hair folks, like a coaster, orange borrow. I queued for 8 hours solid before at last I reached the front. But when the panel of the interviewers saw me, they immediately said, "Ah, Mr. Herlock Shlomes, are you in disguise to conduct an investigation?"
Oh, he was too famous.
So naturally, I had no choice but to reply, "Shh, don't give me away like that." After which, I could do little else but turn and leave. And this morning, when I looked into the mirror, irritation stirred within me. So I turned that pair into the police.
What?
Oh dear, what a disaster for Hoey and the two redheads.
Oh. Oh, is it? Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. That's really the title.
Ah, here's my guest now. My latest client with money to spend.
Oh, I do hope it's an exciting case, Hoey.
Remember, Iris, we are the present. We are, at present, gripped by the greatest problem known to man. I must be willing to accept any case, no matter how unstimulating. Save, location, a runaway, of course.
Don't spare anyone's feelings, will you? Oh dear, I'm afraid the Hoey can lack a little tact, especially just before the rent is due.
Thwack?
Oh, it's her.
Mr. Shlomes. Oh, Mr. Shlomes. Herlock Shlomes, please. Oh, please. Please find my husband. He's run away.
A runaway husband?
To upset me?
I beg your pardon?
Never mind. A personal matter. My apologies. What exactly are you trying to say, Mr. Naruhodo?
I didn't say a word.
Come, my dear madam. Be seated. Iris, some tea, if you please.
Of course. What's the matter, Miss Susato?
Oh, it's just that gentlewoman. I feel I'm sure I've seen her somewhere before, very recently.
Yes, now that you come to mention it.
As I explained earlier, my name is Eve Virgil. Vigil. I implore you to take the case, sir. Money is no object, simply name your figure.
Money and wealth are of little consequences to me, madame. Bringing offered a case to solve is reward enough.
Oh, Mr. Shlomes, you are the perfect picture of benevolence.
I will, of course, make a mental note of your offer, however, for contingent reasons. I trust you will remember your word as well.
If I might inquire, sir. This gentleman and lady would be...
Oh, me?
What am I to tell you? I should like to communicate in the strictest confidence, you understand.
Ah, these are my friends. I assure you, you may say before this pair anything which you must say to me.
Ah, I see.
I can vouch for the gentleman's personally. After all, he's hard of hearing.
What? When did I ever get my hopes up? Why am I talking to her? Wait a minute. Miss Vigil. Forgive me for asking, Miss Vigil, but have we met before somewhere? Quite recently, perhaps?
Oh my.
Pshaw, my dear fellow, what is your intention? Clearly you have no ability to differentiate the facial features of the English. If you wish to invite the lady to tea, you must also do so as a more generally fashion.
Is it possible? Are you the nice young lawyer from the trial I attended last week?
Oh, I knew I recognized her. Well, no shit, Sherlock.
To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine.
I didn't quite recognize her because she was acting so differently now. Not those masters badonkers. Sorry. Isn't there a button where you can like zoom in? Oh, that's not it. Whatever. It must be very... Is it like this? That's not the button either.
Must be very difficult for you as a lawyer, being hard of hearing, I mean.
Pardon? That one actually got me.
Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Don't worry if you can't hear me. It was flippery, really nothing more.
Now look what you started, Mr. Shlomes. Thank you very much.
I believe it would be prudent for you to sit quietly in the corner.
Yeah. I'm gonna pass out and lurk for now. It's about 6 a.m. Oh, damn, Bog is late, dude. Hey, yo, take it easy. I appreciate you being here, man. Thank you greatly, dude. I hope to see you around more often. Yeah, we're gonna eventually we'll play this game every now and then. But I basically stream almost every single day, Bog. So if you ever want to shoot the shit and just talk about other stuff, then you know you're welcome to. I play everything and anything, dude. So yeah. Zoom is home burrito twice quickly if enabled. What? How do you enable it? Wait, does the Switch has Bluetooth? Oh, you can do Bluetooth?
What? What are you talking about?
You can do Bluetooth on the Switch?
I don't know. That a thing?
There it is.
Tell us about your husband, madame.
There it is, the... Ooh! Babies! Cheese! Cheese! I'm on the fucking case! I'm on the case!
Work.
40 years of age!
Oh god.
Mr. Virgil, my delay is 40 years of age. I have a photograph here.
Oh, that's your husband? Damn. That's your husband?
And then,
I always love how in every Ace Attorney games, it's always like the wife is like smoking hot, and the person she's in love with is always like some dork.
And bumfuck. Yeah.
Like in the first game, right? It was like that cute girl who was like super controlling, but it was that nerdy knight guy.
Oh, yeah.
He was super cute. I liked him a lot.
An entirely unremarkable... Wow, what a fucking asshole. An entirely unremarkable gentleman, by appearance at least.
Wow, what a fucking asshole. This is the eyes of an asshole. Look at him.
How long have you been married?
It will be 15 years this year. We have a carnal relation, and my husband's income is more than adequate, so we live quite comfortably.
Oh, she's a sugar mama. As would it appear, I only look at you to know these things. Oh gosh. Your dress is the latest style. Your hat is clearly regularly groomed, and your eyes are animated. In short, you have no inkling as to why your husband might have disappeared, correct?
That's right. He's a kind man with a strong sense of loyalty, and he rather dotes on me.
Yeah, because you have a smoking hot wife.
Which would point to the possibility that he has become embroiled in some incident or other.
Oh, that's exactly what I feared must happen, Mr. Shlomes. I'm quite beside myself.
Hey, Storm.
My husband's employment is somewhat unusual, you see. What if he incurred in some miscreant's ill will?
What exactly is your husband's line of work?
He's a drug dealer. He's a warden at the prison.
Oh, he's a warder at the prison? That's why he makes a guard? That's unusual, somewhat unusual. What's the mystery today? I don't know, we just started. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be on Storm, because I do gotta make chicken and I gotta shower. And I have work tomorrow, so I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be. I wanted to try to at least get to the investigation, but god, sometimes investigations make me tired.
What's new, Scooby-Doo? We're going after you.
I've gotta find this missing man. His wife is crying a lot. Holmes' hair is red. He can't pay for rent.
No. So your husband is a prison warder.
That's right, yes. Well, in actual fact, he's the chief warder.
Oh, so he's like a... Yeah, he's got a... What if he's like a masochist? What if he's like a... Yeah, I'm gonna spank you. Yeah, and he has like whips and shit. Maybe that's why.
Indeed, I see. Well, Chief Prison Warder certainly qualifies as something as a special occupation.
I was muted. That's a sadist, Larry.
You're right.
Yeah, it does indeed.
Her voice just changes.
Yes, it does indeed.
That was good. Thanks, Storm.
My poor husband must prepare those dreadful punishments and see that they're carried out.
Dreadful punishments? Does she mean like capital punishments?
And at such times, he must occasionally spend a night or two in the prison's dormitory. But for that extra responsibility, he is remunerated more handsomely than the other warders.
Wait a minute! If he's the one who does the execution, and she's been married to him for 15 years, what if that means he was the one that murdered, who killed the professor, who executed the professor? Uh-oh. Nah, he works in the prison's special dungeon.
The sex dungeon. You know, as in he determines if they're male or female. Fucking got him. Or non-gender specific.
Of course, we have no mentions of my husband works to the neighbors.
Yes, I believe your prudence is justified. Tell me, at what prison is your husband engaged at?
Barclay Prison. A fucking of course, Diggy. A fucking course.
Barclay Prison, Mr. Shlomes.
Really? Barclay! Oh, such a fine establishment. If I'm not mistaken, there's a large cemetery just behind it.
Yes, that's correct. Lowgate Cemetery.
No.
Lowgate Cemetery? The very place we were discussing in court. It's unbelievable.
Unbelievable, my dear fellow, and yet undeniable.
Is Cloudy streaming today? No.
Well, I don't know. Oh, you're looking for someone to raid?
No, not raid. I'm just lurking. Like having my lurks on, and she's not on yet. Is Drew on yet? Oh, he might take the day out, that's why.
Sorry, Mr. Shlomes, I'm afraid you've lost me.
Laying it on the thick, aren't they? I know, right?
Ah, pay no heed, madame, pay no heed. It is a private matter.
This can't really be a coincidence, can it? This is not a coincidence.
This is Sparta. So, to the matter of your husband's disappearance, when did you realize that he was missing?
Please try not to laugh. It was yesterday.
I'm sorry? Yesterday?
That really is recent. Laughably so.
The truth is my husband does at times have occasions to spend a night away for work. It's not out of the ordinary for him to return at home at night. But this is different.
Can it really? Laying it on thick, aren't they? Yeah.
For him to not make any contact for a whole day, this has certainly never happened before. Oh, my dear Daly, whatever could have happened?
My dearest Miss Vigil, please calm yourself. Now, have you had contacted the police?
Why, naturally, but sadly, they refused to listen to my plea as my husband had only been missing for one day. I was asked to wait patiently at home.
In truth, Miss Vigil, I concur with the police. However, let us not be hasty. I see no reason why we should not engage my deductive powers to track your husband down anyways.
You have cans? Great, cans. God damn it, radio.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Shlomes.
And furthermore, let me assure you, a chance to solve the greatest problem known to man for another month has no bearing on my decision.
Oh, that's right.
I seek only to put a sweet smile on another Londoner's face. That is really all there is.
You have my eternal gratitude. I shall pay any sum of money you mention.
What if she's like, I can pay you in either more ways? He's like, okay, bitch, pay my rent. You seek only to put that suit rent in your landlady's purse. That's all there is to it.
Thank you for everything you have shared with us, Miss Vigil. I believe I have all the information I need to begin my investigation.
Oh, please report to me soon with good news, sir.
Fear not, madame. In a day or two, I shall be contacting you with a hardening report, I'm quite sure.
So soon? Oh, how splendid, Mr. Shlomes.
Good news should be delivered early, I always say. If you would be so kind to leave the photograph of your husband in my possession.
A photograph of Mr. Vigil has been entered into the courtroom. See, a very easy way to get out of here. It's just to murder the landlady. What did he say?
Thank you. Now allow me to show you the door.
I can't thank you enough, Mr. Shlomes. You've been simply marvelous.
Oh, I just saw the name. What name? Who name? What name? Shlomes? Yeah, Shlomes. His name is Sherlock. His name is Herlock Shlomes. Holmes. Holmesies with the brosies and the broskies.
You know, I think it every time, Hoey. How do you come with such nonsense? Good news in a day or two? Are you sure?
I can't be sure, of course, but then I didn't swear on it.
What a fucking asshole.
I merely gave the good woman some hope. I hope to be able to give her some good news, one might say.
Cool.
After all, the rent must be paid by the end of today, tomorrow. And by the time I successfully located Mr. Virgil, we shall be mutually relieved. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
Don't look at me with those pleading eyes.
Well, my dear fellow, did you hear the details of the case?
Oh, yes, my hearing is surprisingly good, actually.
Excellent. And what did you make of it?
Well, I was surprised to learn that her husband worked. At Barclay Prison, I mean.
Ah, so you noted thoughts.
Of course, especially with the mention of the Lowgate Cemetery.
Lowgate Cemetery
is the rear of Barclay Prison. He was renowned among students at the university for being haunted by ghosts of condemned convicts. Barclay Prison is where the most notorious man was incarcerated, the professor.
And now a warden from the prison has mysteriously disappeared, it seems. It's all very particular. Indeed. But nothing you can't handle, I'm quite certain, Mr. Naruhodo.
Sorry?
Run along the prison and see what you can glean, would you? It's the prison governor you want. No doubt the man is equally worried.
But aren't you going yourself?
Surely you needn't as you needn't ask. I couldn't possibly be seen out with this hair.
Oh, you kidding me? Where's Jatson? Iris is Jatson. Watch, look. See? It's not Watson, it's Wilson. Iris Wilson. It's the daughter of Watson. Of John H. Wilson. But didn't you go to the Lime Street with that hair?
That was a quite different matter. So I leave it into your capable hands. Now, if you excuse me, I'm rather busy. A toodaloo, my dear Japaneseu.
Of course you are.
No way, he just said that.
He didn't say that, no. That was good though, right?
Oh, good.
We thought he was a racist too for a second. Alright, I think Barking Prison is the outskirts of London, backing into a lonely burial ground. Its 4 high outer walls loom quietly before us in a fog. Having requesting a meeting, we were shown to the governor's office in the watchtower. Whoa. Wow, look at that clock. Just stick your wiener in there. I mean, if you go to Lime Street, shouldn't your hair be green? Ah! How'd you feel if somebody in this game just suddenly dropped a hard slur?
I think it'd be a spicy taxi.
It'd be a spicy meatball. That's a spicy meatball.
1st November.
1st November. Barclay Prison. Governor's office. Oh, who the fuck? This place is full of hardened criminals. Oh, wait. Russian time. Okay. What's the Russian accent? Your cat's meowing. This place is full. Okay. Oh, that's Transylvanian. This place is full of hardened criminals. I cannot remember the last time a civilian was down here. No, that's not Russian. Maybe I'll give him Terminator. This place... Wait.
This place is full of hardened criminals. I cannot remember the last time a civilian was down here.
And you didn't want to talk to an inmate, but to me? Oh, shit. Do you know who I am? I am the governor. I'm the governor, Barry Cadine. What did he... His face?
Oh, the voice you're making for him. It's pretty good.
Nani?
Oh, yes, it's a pleasure. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer.
Ah, I see. Does that mean...
Do you know that Arno is German, right? Oh, he is? He's German? He's German. I thought he was Australian. Am I dumb? Why did I think he was Australian? Am I stupid? Yeah, of course. Australian. Oh, Austrian, actually.
No, not Australian. Austrian.
Right? Austrian. Is that different from Australian? Australian is like, oh, cocky.
It's like
I got me Jimmy Jones in my trousers.
Austria is a different place, right?
Yeah.
Like it's like not Hungary. What do you call it?
I don't
I'm
know
sorry,
these
I've
fucking
been
places.
drinking. Give me a second. But he's not. Yeah.
Yes, so they're very different. Okay, yeah, Australians like it's like Ross. He's like, oi, crocky. It's got me.
Yeah, that's different.
Got me Jimmy Johns in a wanker. No, wait, that's English slang. Wait a minute. I'm so confused. Wait, all right, hold on. Give him Art Orshading.
Oh, my Jimmy Jones in a swank. What does that mean?
Austria is a country in Europe. Okay, I don't fucking know, guys. All right, I'm trying. All right, I don't fucking know. All right. Yes, I'm a visiting student of law from the Empire of Japan. Japan? You say Japan? Yes. Well, there's no of your kind in here, laddie. Wait, laddie? Who says laddie? Isn't that like English?
That is the Irish or the
That's
Scottish,
Irish?
maybe. Oh, think of Echo. Otters in the waters.
Isn't that Old English too? Like Old English style?
No, that's just the way Echo talks.
Oh, it's Irish? Oh no. Do I know Irish?
No, that's Scottish.
That's Scottish.
There's some
Irish.
otters in the waters.
For English? Well,
Think of
just
Echo,
saying. Think of Echo. I'm thinking of Jacksepticeye. Australia. Oh, that's how far.
No, that's
Ooh.
Irish. It's different.
Yeah, Irish, okay. Irish. Top of the morning.
Irish.
Top of the morning. Top of the morning.
That's Irish.
That's
it's
Irish.
Scottish.
But Scottish. You got water? Well,
Echo.
well, there's not any of your kind here, laddie. Maybe you should try the prison next door, eh?
That's not the way.
That's not. I can't do it. I can't do it. Water.
Water.
What does he look like part of a mod?
water.
You know, I'm just gonna give him Arnold Schwarzenegger. I can't do this, all right? I
Okay, that's
didn't
fine
notice
now.
another prison next door, sir. Anyways, we came to ask you some questions about... I did not like to be so direct, but I have no intention of speaking with the likes of you suspicious-looking Easterners. Dwarven talk, bagpipes, Dwarven talk. I can't. Now get out of my hair. Echo's gonna come in here and kick my... He is. So as soon as he finds out that we're from Japan, he reacts like this. That surely means I think it's because he's fucking racist. I think it's the professor case. You think so too? 10 years ago, Genshin Asogi, also known as the professor, was incarcerated at this... Incarcerated? Am I saying that right? Incarcerated. Okay, yeah, at this prison. And then after his execution, he apparently re-emerged from his grave in the cemetery behind the prison. I might have known! You're sniffing around the Buta case, aren't you? Your agents, part of the professor's great web, no doubt. No, not at all. What? Get gone with ya! Before I punch your lighter out. We're going. Clearly, the ghost of that killer still haunts this place. We're not gonna get anywhere here unless we can somehow prove to this man that there's nothing suspicious about us.
They see you later, Terminator.
I see you later, Terminator. Governor Kadin, what are you thinking, Miss Susato? I feel like that name has come up in a conversation recently somewhere. Wait, Kadin, that name did come up out of a conversation. Is he still the exact same warden who had to deal with 10 years ago? I was wondering if whoever mentioned him might have some ideas to help us. Come to think of it, I have the same feeling. Who said his name before? I said get out. Governor Kadin, can I at least show you this? How many times can one man turn his back on you in a single conversation? Yeah, I did just do that. Ah, there he is. It's Mikotoba's dad. He's just sitting down reading a newspaper. That's Professor Mikotoba over there. Ah, hello you two. I was just taking a moment to catch up on the world now that I'm unpacked. Where's Judge Shigoku? Yes, he's not in the relaxing sort. He's taken himself off to pay his respects to all the legal bigwigs. A lot of times is evident by that man.
Having only just arrived in the country today, goodness, he's full of energy. Professor, you mentioned something before about how you know the prison governor at Barclay Prison?
Oh, Governor Gadin, you mean?
Oh, so it is the same man. Father, we must speak with the governor. But he's refusing to talk to us. He said we were suspicious Easterners.
Well, I'm sure if I accompany you, it would be a very different story.
Oh, would you?
That would be wonderful if you have the time now. Sadly, as you can see, I'm very busy at the moment.
Busy drinking coffee on a comfortable settee?
Now, I have rather a lot to prepare for tomorrow, you know.
Oh, sorry. I didn't say that out loud, did I? Did he? Did I?
You Mikotobas are alarmingly good at reading people's thoughts.
Or could it be that you, Naruhodo, are alarmingly bad at hiding your thoughts? Ooh.
Good burn, good clap. Let's not fall out now. I have an idea.
What's he writing on that piece of paper? What do you fucking think?
Here's a letter of introduction for you. Hopefully when he sees my name, he'll change his tune.
Oh, thank you.
Letter of introduction has been entered into the court record. Good luck then.
Just sits back in the seat.
Oh, that's a good fart. Took a big shitter. A wetty shitter. Shitter witter. Pumpkin quitter.
What up, bitch?
If you just cast your eyes over this, Governor Kadin.
What is that? You cannot pull the wool over my eyes, you good-for-nothing Japanese student. Fuck. Mikotoba? Fuck. I know that name. That young jock from the forensic laboratory? That Mikotoba?
Yes, exactly him. Oh, dear, perhaps I should have said something sooner. I'm Yuji Mikotoba's daughter, Susato.
Jig, you're the young man's daughter? And you didn't think to mention that before?
I do apologize.
Well, you best take a seat then. Can I offer you a cup?
Why are you becoming a pirate?
I will. You best be taking a seat then. Can I offer... Can I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps? And didn't forget to try one of the weak handcuffed biscuits.
I'm just gonna... You know what? If the wording is paced that way, I'm gonna talk like that.
I fucking...
Your father's influence is nothing short of amazing. I'm bitterly regretting not announcing who I was from the outset now. Got tea and crumpets, you.
So then, what can I do for you then?
Well, we're currently investigating a case.
Oh, that's the wrong voice from Mikotoba. It's one of your warders, you see. He's gone missing.
Missing?
That's right. I'm sure he's been reported to you as well, being the prison governor.
I haven't heard nothing of the sort. There's no missing person in my prison.
Oh. But how can that be? Mr. Daily Vigil, your chief warder.
Vigil?
That's right. His wife came up.
Sorry, the soda.
His wife came up to us and asked us to investigate his disappearance. Let's skip the part about him only being gone missing yesterday for now. Clearly that means something to him. Would you be so kind to tell us what you know, sir?
Aye, of course.
Oops. It's like fucking clock guillotine. Look, it's a giant bird too. I wonder if it's gonna say like, what if his name is Polly? I've never expected to find a parrot in a prison. Must be the governor's pet. Given where we are, it's hard not to see the poor creature as a prisoner.
Let me out. Dana kill me?
What?
Ha!
Has the bird learned to mimic the plaintive cries of the inmates in the cell?
Oh, no. He was one of the 3 siblings, you see. He still calls out the names of the 2 brothers like that all the time.
Right.
Let me out. Did I kill me? Aye. I hear you, laddie.
That's Irish, right? Yeah, that's Irish. He's Irish, right?
That's Scottish.
That's Scottish?
That's Scottish. It's
Dude, what's
different.
Irish?
It's different.
I can't.
You're.
Aye. Wait, isn't well?
Glasgow. Here, you know what? I'll help you out. Hold on.
Okay, because I know Echo. She says water. Aye, I hear you, laddie. You want your dinner, eh? Then I do it. Then I do it. Then I do it. Converse, Chief Warding Visual. They're similar but different. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I haven't heard enough to know the difference. We understand that Mr. Visual is the chief warder here at the prison. Aye,
There.
that he was.
Listen to this guy talk. It's different than Irish, okay? It's different. It's different.
This is a Scottish accent.
This is Scottish, not Irish. It'd be different.
But no, but you must get stopped in the streets and stuff like that now.
Aye, usually by people collecting for charity.
Oh, I'm hearing Echo now.
25 copies.
Yeah, you hear Echo?
25
That's
pirate
Scottish.
copies.
Otters in the
of
waters.
my own DVD. Takes balls, man.
It takes part of them. Of course, I've signed them.
Miss Echo.
And Miss Echo too.
I got something about balls at the end.
Yeah, he said balls. Yeah, he did say balls. No, can you seriously not understand?
Not very much. I was going to kind of question him as he was going along, but...
I actually tried a show in America. I done one gig. A guy complimented me, approached me after the set, and he goes, man, are you actually Scottish? And I said, yes. And he goes, fuck, man, your English is pretty good.
Okay. Yeah, I know both would call one another because Echo gets upset when we call him Irish too, when he's Scottish.
I think it's just because it's just so
Common.
It just happens
Hear it.
so often. Yeah. And I also think it's because he hates Americans, which I mean, like, I don't think I know, and I think a lot of Americans go like, "Oh, you're Irish."
But that I can.
I like Jacksepticeye.
Yeah, I understood a little bit. It was pretty, yeah.
Which I mean, like, if that were me, I think I'd feel the same way. I'd be like, "Fuck Americans, I hate them
Okay.
all."
Yeah, and so we're gonna say that this man, 100%, he is speaking Irish, correct? Sorry. Did I say Irish? Scottish. Sorry, I was thinking Irish because we kept saying Irish. Sorry. Okay. So Scottish. Aye, that was no, that's not it. Even after listening, I still can't get it clearly. Strong sense of responsibility and dedication to the job, no doubt about it. He was a fine warder. He added again. I'm sorry. Sorry, did you say was? Wait, he was a warder? Aye. He does not work here no more. He left the job. Oh my. When was this exactly? That is a question. When was it about? It could not have been much less then. 10 years ago. Whoa, wait a minute. 10 years ago now. What? Hey, grenade. Russian. Twitter, do your thing. Cancel. No! Don't cancel me. 10 years ago? He stopped working here 10 years ago? Aye. As I minded, do ya can. I haven't heard the fella's name in all that time. That's a worry if he's going to go missing though. Yo, sup? Yo, this guy's holding a bare knuckle boxer. He is. But Miss Visual made no mention of it. I think perhaps, Mr. Naruhodo, that his wife simply doesn't know. I think she's unaware that he no longer works here. Governor Kadin, can you tell us what happened? Why did Mr. Visual give up his job? That's important, isn't it? Yes, I believe it may be. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't help but wonder, given that it was 10 years ago, which was exactly when the professor was being held at the prison. Yep, it's all tying back. Here it comes.
So Mr. Visual actually resigned from the position of chief warden 10 years ago, you're telling us. So how was he having so much money? What happened to make him leave the job? In actual fact, he did not leave the job willingly. He had no choice on the matter. You mean he was dismissed? Turns back on me. I should talk. I should turn my back to the mic and talk. It was after that particular walk. Sorry? A walk? Aye. That's a word for it in here. A walk to the gallows. An execution. It's the job of the chief warder to prepare the gallows tree and oversee any execution, you see. Only Vigil can do something unthinkable on that last walk he was manning. Something unthinkable? What did he do? I'm so sorry, but I can't reveal that information. But I can tell you, I need to change his voice. He needs to be deeper. But I can tell you, it's Vigil rare for a chief warder to be relieved of his post.
He's Japanese.
He's Japanese
all
now.
This time.
Fuck! Mamma mia, senior, his accent is Spanish now. But why wouldn't Miss Vigil know about it?
Japanese.
Come on, Larry. I
Scottish.
can't do this. It's so hard. I'm going back to Terminator.
His family's insane.
I'm going back to Terminator.
Like my family.
She appears to be under the impression that her husband still works here.
Going back to Terminator.
I wouldn't mean anything about that, I'm afraid.
Can you perhaps answer one more question about the circumstance of his dismissal?
And what would that be, Hen?
That last execution that Mr. Vigil was responsible for overseeing. Was it by any chance the professor's? My thoughts exactly. Damn, she better do French next? Okay.
Oh, I am so sorry, oui, I really am. But I have no liberty to say that, to answer that.
I see. My father came to Britain in all these years in order to study forensic medicine. But you seem to have been well acquainted.
The debate of the Persian and the San Materi had a lot of way with one another. Ho ho, after all, they are the first corps of forensic research. Do you know?
Yes, I can't imagine. The advancements of medical science isn't always particularly palatable. Here's my Barrett impression that Drewby does.
Your father worked in the laboratory just on the far side of the graveyard.
That's for Storm.
In the basement of Street Cider. It's still used in today.
Street Signer? That come up before, I'm sure. This dude's voice is all over the place, goddammit.
What's next? Mickey Mouse?
Huh, yes, that's right. We've been there.
Mikataba and I has left to use the right of the carriage together in negotiable terms.
He's Mr. Worldwide. Say bitch pizza.
A beach pizza.
Bitch pizza. Bitch pizza. For more fresh material, I suppose.
Hey, and we used to sit here for hours and grab on a boat, dissect, and all sorts. Ouch, it takes me back.
Try Wario's voice.
Over the pot of tea. Wow. Wait, wow. On a plate of calf biscuits, of course.
How charming.
He was a good fellow, your father. Reliable and dead set.
Oh, wait. Actually, that's not Wario. That's Waluigi.
Wah, 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 wah.
He's like deeper. He's like, wah.
He's like, wah. He was a good fellow, your father. Reliable and the dead set of his work. But I'm afraid. Wah, wah. Say, dale, dale, dale. I never understand you, Japanese.
Because of Genshin Asogi, I suppose. Ow, my back.
I think I'm well. Well. I cannot tell you anything else.
Thank you so much for your time, Governor.
Oh, one more thing before you're away, Hen. Oh, I'm sure I have it here somewhere.
Oh, he's carrying an axe on his waist? Holy shit.
I have found it. Here, take this as a wee souvenir for your visit to the prison.
What? What is it?
That's we just dismissed our notice. He's 10 years old now, of course.
Oh my, are you sure?
Hold up, he's a governor? Is that why you gave him Arnold's voice? No, I just...
Make that a little bit Spanish.
How am I supposed to do a Spanish one?
I don't know, do ours Schwarzenegger Spanish. It's just like my dad. I hate it.
I forgot how your dad talks. I can't really do it. He's like, oh yeah, but you know, he's like,
Sounds
oh
like
yeah.
an asshole.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. I can't do it. I don't remember how your dad sounds. I feel like I don't think
the way you're doing it, that you're trying to make him sound sarcastic, which I mean like it's accurate. It's not the way he sounds like when he's
Gotcha.
I is not trouble at all. It's not the original mine.
Not the original, okay. Thank you very much, Governor Kadin. I'm gonna take a look at this in front of your face. Chief Warder Daily Vigil is relieved of his post with immediate effect, having violated Clause 132 of His Majesty's Code of Conduct for Prisons. He mutters a little. Oh, he kind of does. 25th of June. All right to redundancy pay and other financial benefits are fully revoked. Reason for dismissal: aiding and abetting the escape from this prison of convict just prior to his execution. Details of this escape are still being investigated. Full cooperation with inquiries will be expected. Prisoner Governor Barry Caden. Indications are that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It is believed that the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure of information regarding these negotiations will be demanded. Oh my god, Diggy. I was right.
What?
So they falsified his death, and he was supposed to come out of the grave and get out. But Enoch Deber, being someone who was, you know...
I've completely lost track of the plot because I've been trying to like help your accent.
So this guy lost. Yeah. So we're looking for a. So on this story case right now, we're looking for a guy. Apparently he's been missing for 1 day, and his wife thinks he's been working as a prison warden for like 10 years. But he was fired 10 years ago for the attempt, and we found out the reason is because he attempted a prison break with the prisoner, the professor, the killer, the Japanese guy. I think during this time of coercion and how he made him escape, they probably tried to do a fake bury. They tried to bury him, and then he was supposed to come out of the grave. But an incident happened where Enoch Deber ended up seeing him, and someone else came to finish the job. So Enoch Deber ended up becoming a random witness. So if anything, Enoch Deber was a side character, was a side someone, and that Courtney Sithy was involved in falsifying it for a bigger power. So it looks like...
Okay.
Now the question is, while this man was still... He got let off 10 years ago, but he stayed rich. In fact, he was married to his wife for 15 years, and he still has money. Where was he getting this money? That's another question. Consume the dehydrated monoxide. Thank you very much, Governor Kadin.
Oh, well, in return...
Whoops, wrong button.
Do me a favor and never come back here again. This case is closed.
Maybe he tried prostitution? I don't know. With that hairline, dude?
Well, I think we ought to return to Baker Street for the time being.
Yes, I agree. We need to report back to Mr. Shlomes on what we found about Miss Vigil. What will he tell Miss Vigil, I wonder? First November, Shlomes Suites. We're back! Hello, you two! Oh, it's Iris.
I thought you'd be back before long, so I baked some scones for all of us.
Oh, that's a delicious smell. Greetings, my dear fellow. Wow, Diggy, he's my color now.
You've returned a good deal sooner than I was anticipating.
Hello, Mr. Shlomes? Wow, his eyebrows are red too, or blue.
Hello, Mr. Shlomes?
Say nothing. Your thoughts are written all over your faces in any case.
It turns out that it may have been advisable to test my hair color restoration tonic before application.
Oh, my.
Pray tell me, what of our wanderer's friend? Have you garnered some new information?
Oh, yeah, something very surprising, in fact. Though it's not a patch on your hair, to be honest.
It most certainly isn't, but still, we've discovered that... Shlomes!
Oh, it's Gina.
Drop everything, Shlomes.
This is more important. Gina.
Uh-oh. I can't... Adam and Eve it. What's happened?
Clearly a very grave matter indeed. For Miss Lestrade made no mention of my hair whatsoever.
It's the boss.
What do you mean?
Inspector Gregson? The boss is... he's...
Don't say it.
He's dead.
Ooh.
What?
Ooh.
They just found its body, shot with the pistol.
No.
Ooh.
Gregson, the detective. Gregson with the one with the fish and chips. The police, the gumshoe, the Dick Gumshoe.
But Inspector Garrison?
Oh no!
He was murdered? No, not Gregsy.
He's dead. Ooh.
Come in, my dear girl. Tell us the whole story.
No, that's like Gumshoe dying. This can't be right.
Are you serious, Gina? Inspector Gregson was he really shot? I don't know about what happened myself. They're still investigating the scene.
Where did this take place?
A little rented room in a building full of flats on Fresno Street.
The outskirts of town, nowhere near his home. He was perhaps investigating a case then.
The thing is, no one's at the yards know nothing about the case around there.
Oh, how strange.
The boss was so good to me. I know I ain't much yet, but one day I was gonna show him. That I'd become a proper detective. Oh, Jeannie.
So, who did this? Do you have any idea who the culprit is?
They got him in already.
They caught the shooter so soon?
A witness reported something was going on, and the boys got straight down there and took care of him.
Who? It's her dad, isn't it? Watch.
What awful person did this? I still can't believe it myself. Gina?
Oh no.
It was the Reaper.
What? Van Zeeks? Wait a minute. You don't mean they arrested Lord Van Zeeks for it?
That's right. The Reaper bloke's gone and shot the boss.
No, Lord Van Zeeks? Holy shit. Are you quite sure, Miss Lestrade? That's Barack Van Zeeks the police have arrested?
I saw it with my very eyes in the interview room at the yard.
I don't believe it.
But there were witnesses. They all saying it was him.
So you mean that there were actual multiple witnesses?
They heard the gunshot, apparently. And when our lot got the scene, there was only the boss and the Reaper bloke in the room.
But there's no way Lord Van Zeeks would have taken Gregson's life. I just don't believe it.
I don't believe it either.
Thank you for informing us, Miss Lestrade. This really is most terrible news. I'm dreadfully sorry.
What are you saying sorry for? You didn't do nothing.
I feel like I'm messing up her voice.
Oh, that sounds about right.
Well, anyways, I'm taking a cab over to the scene right now. Please come and all. As soon as you can, you've got to help.
God, I've never seen her cry like this. Makes me really sad. It's a detective's lot to appear wherever some sinister plot has unfolded. Little wonder who we all look haggard.
Sometimes these things are almost too much for the nerve. Mr. Shlomes. What use is there in being a great detective if I fail to see something like this coming, huh? How can I let this happen to Gregson? To Gregson. Mr. Naruhodo. I shall leave at once to begin my investigation. Of course, yes, we will too. It would be helpful if you could talk to Mr. Reaper and see what you can glean. I'm sure you were intending to do so anyways. Until then, later. Until later, then. Later then, until. Inspector Garrison, dead, and Lord Van Zeek's arrested.
Nuno, Susie, I've called you a handsome. It's waiting outside.
Thanks, Iris. Shall we, Miss Susato?
Yes.
Oh no, is he really dead? Oh no, it's gonna make me sad, dude. Makes me really sad. Oh look, he's just sitting there reading a note. 1st November, Loco Prison, Cell 1. It's BTS new member? There he is. Lord Van Zeek's behind bars.
So it's true. He really was arrested.
He's sitting with his back to the wall, reading something. I don't think he's noticed us. Lord Van Zeeks?
Fancy meeting you here in my castle. The last place on Earth I like to be, with the last person on Earth I like to see. Did you see what I did there? I dropped.
I couldn't very well not come. We heard what happened. That Inspector Garrison was.
If you put out a glass of time, I'm gonna be mad. I'm gonna be mad to you. Go home. This has nothing to do with you.
But
forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but I must disagree. Inspector Garrison was helpful to us on a number of occasions. We're indebted to him. At very least, we owe it to him to find the truth about his death. You must help us with our investigation, please.
There's really nothing I can tell you.
What were you just reading in the back of the cell there? Was it something related to the case?
This? The yard isn't quite so chivalrous with its information as to share the details with a suspect. This is a letter from an old acquaintance.
Oh, who might that be?
Someone you know, as it happens. Albert Herbrin.
Of course, yes. I keep forgetting they went to the same university.
And I would like to read my correspondence in peace. So let's get this over with, shall we?
We'll put in time for you, don't trip. We put in time for you, don't trip.
What is it that you want to know?
Strange. I mean, let's face it, Lord Van Zeeks never minces his words. But they seem to have less bite than usual somehow.
I am nothing but a little stray puppy.
So what happened? Can you at least tell us your side of the story, Lord Van Zeek? What happened?
How much do you already know?
We know that the inspector was shot dead in a small, rented room on Fresno Street, and that you were found there by the police when they arrived on the scene immediately arrested. We were told that nobody else in the room and that some witnesses heard the gunshot.
Then you're well informed. There is really nothing I can add. The truth is, I don't know what happened myself.
But the gunshot, obviously you didn't fire the gun, did you?
I am not in the habit of shooting the people I work alongside. I also heard the noise, however. Before I had a chance to investigate, I was apprehended by the arriving officers.
So he doesn't actually know what happened.
If I might ask, what were you doing in that place to begin with?
I don't need to answer that.
Oh.
After all, you're not representing me.
He's going to need a lawyer, though. Yeah, bro, what about your defense, bro? Who's going to be representing you in court, Lord Van Zeeks?
Anyone other than you, I should imagine.
Ha. Would I be right in assuming that you have no representation as yet?
Defense lawyers shy away from any trial involving the Reaper, I'm sure you know.
But this is different.
In my career, all of the defendants I prosecuted, only 19 have ever been acquitted. All of them, 16 subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. Questions will be asked now.
Surely not.
I assure you, no defense lawyer would want to touch me with the end of a barge pole.
I don't know, can you technically represent yourself? But you didn't actually have anything to do with those people's death, did you?
It's been 10 years now that I've been known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Believe me, nobody wants to know the true identity of this killer more than I. However, it seems things may come to a head before I have the chance to uncover the truth about that.
What does he mean by that?
After the trial, it's advised against, but you can? Really?
Professor Harebrain was supposed to go straight back to Germany, I thought.
This is a letter to inform me of his safe arrival at home. I arrange his passage by sea and rail. It's a relief, I must say. He should now be beyond the reach of the Reaper.
Because the Reaper doesn't follow people abroad, you mean?
Yes, so it seems. You stupid little Snipponi's friend, for example. You told me he was keeping well in Japan when I inquired the other day.
Yes, that's right. He's an author now, happily working in Tokyo. So Professor Harebrain has been safely back in Germany now.
He is. Yes, indeed, he is. Yes, hi, so desu ne. So, it appears our conversation has run dry, like my type of wine I like.
There was a 2-second silence, that's all.
Well, in any event, if you excuse me now, I wouldn't like to detain you.
I was wondering, Lord Van Zieks, if you like, I'd be happy to advocate for you.
You trust me, do you?
Yes. I've heard you speak many times in court. I've seen how you treat people. And I'm quite sure that you would never have taken another's life. It's just, my feeling can't be used as evidence in a court of law, sadly.
It is a very gracious offer. However, I trust no one.
What? What? Literally, what?
Not the police, not the judiciary, and not you, Nipponese.
But, please. Onegai, my dude.
I have no intention of engaging your services.
Onegai. Like, bro. Onegai. Oni-chan.
Aniki, please let me represent you in court.
I want to prove to Kami-sama that you are innocent. Hontou ni.
Hontou ni desu.
The chasm between us is just too wide and too deep, it seems.
I appreciate it if you do not visit again. Then neither of us will waste any more time.
I'm gonna freaking defend you in
court. Baka.
You're such a soon.
I am not fucking dere, you piece of shit.
Get the fuck out.
Perhaps we need to dig a little deeper and find out more about Lord Van Zieks and what's happened to Inspector Gregson. I never understood the representing yourself thing. Me neither. Oh no, we really gonna see his body?
What's his face did? What was his name? You know, Ted Bundy.
He represented himself?
Yeah, he did.
Oh.
And guess what? He went to jail and escaped twice.
How do you escape jail? That's crazy.
Yeah. They just let him. I don't know.
1st November, room of Fresno Street. Oh no. This really is an out-of-the-way part of London. I doubt many people find their way down here.
This back street. This dust-ridden rented room is where it happened then. A wig? So this is where poor Inspector Gregson lost his life. They'd be afraid, wouldn't you think? Like, how would you get a witness to talk to you? Right? Yeah. Cost less? Yeah, cost less. Yes, and the police are already hard at work investigating, it seems. I don't see Mr. Shlums anywhere, though. Perhaps his investigation have taken him elsewhere. Oi! What do you think you're doing there? Every one of them drawers gotta be taken out right so you can look underneath it all. I want the space above the ceiling checked, and don't forget about to look inside the chimney stacks, too. Blimey, ain't you lot never gone out of the house looking for dough with the odors all town? Gina's obviously got some unique investigation techniques she wants everyone to adopt. She's fucking mad. Or not mad anymore. Oh, so you turned up that blast, mind you. I've been here long myself. Hello again, Gina. Shlom's only just left. You're lucky you missed that. He won't prancing around here and there, pointing out stuff and flicking it all fun on his scrapper. I don't even know what I fucking just said. Oh,
I know, I was about to say, what?
Oh, he just finished investigating already, you mean? Yeah. It didn't stop saying nothing to no one, not even me. Gina, would you mind if we investigated too? Blimey. I don't speak Broik. Listen, Odo. You're a lawyer, right? Yes? Why? Well, you're not thinking of trying to help that Reaper block, are ya? Oh! Poor Gina. She's never gonna forget, is she? That trial will haunt her for forever. Gina, if you don't mind me saying this, you're a stupid dumb bitch. Just kidding. If Lord Van Zeeks really is responsible for this crime, he will be duly and fairly judged in court. I suppose you're right, yeah. Go on then, Odo. Get investigating. I want to know the truth about what really happened here. Thank you, Gina. Alright. So, I think this is a pretty good cliffhanger. I have to pee. It's also 11. I gotta go marinate some chicken. I gotta cook chicken. I gotta prepare lunch. And I gotta shower. So, with that being said, hey, did you guys have a...
stuff and shower.
Yeah.
Everyone should remember to shower. I know most of you guys don't. So you have to remember to do that.
Yeah. Not showering? You guys make me fucking sick.
Every time you guys think someone can't smell you, believe me, they can.
They can, and they just want to be
really
nice.
about
Yeah,
it.
they're just being nice. So,
Yeah. Healthy reminder to always shower.
with that being said, I hope you guys enjoyed today's long session. It was good. It was good. It was really fun. I enjoyed that a lot.
I like it too.
Yeah, and
I
now
hope that
we
guy's not really dead. That would be really sad, actually.
I think Gregson's fucking dead.
That would
Let's see
suck.
who we can raid. Q's playing the new Pokemon.
Yeah, Pokemon.
I want
Yeah,
one
raid
Pokemon.
you.
Oh, Nick's also playing Valorant though. But I know what you guys fucking want. Oh, Cloudy's not live. I know what you guys all want though. You guys want that motherfucking Pokemon, huh? Hey Larry, use a pop filter and a
Pokemon.
mic cover. Well, this thing comes with one, so it's like already has a mic cover. See, it looks like this, and this already comes with it. And then I use a pop filter on top of it. Pokemon. One armpit to the mouth, and then the other armpit. Yep. Why? I don't know. I had this before I got this microphone. Storm. So maybe you should shut the fuck up. Maybe you should shut the fuck up.
Hey, you shut up. He's my first client. You shut the fuck up.
Yes,
Larry.
he is my. Wait, who's your first client?
Storm, you shut the fuck up. Storm,
Wait,
I got you. Hey,
wait,
Larry,
he
why don't
commissioned
you?
you?
Go suck a cock or something.
He commissioned you?
Suck a cock, Larry. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, thanks for commissioning Diggy,
I
Storm.
got you, Storm. No, Larry, shut the fuck up. You're on the opposite end of this.
How dare you tell me to shut the fuck up? Anyways, yeah, let's raid Q because I know you guys like Pokemans. So we're gonna hit up Q for Pokemans, and that's it. And tomorrow I have work. I come home late, so tomorrow's a mystery. Probably gonna be Valorant. In on all honesty, today's Saturday, right? Or Sunday? Today's Saturday, so tomorrow's Sunday. Okay, maybe not Valorant since like the weeklies haven't reset it, but we'll see.
I want to play Valorant.
Okay, probably Valorant
tomorrow.
then.
Can
Okay, probably Valorant then. All right. With that being said,
Take it easy, guys. Let's go raid queue. And I will catch you all fucking later. Oh, yo.
Good night,
And for those watching on
everyone.
YouTube, thank
for
you. Thank you
supporting
for
your
being
local
here.
net
Yes.
Weeb.
Have a good night, everyone. Have a good night.
Don't forget to use your Twitch Prime, fucking stupid.
Give money. Good night, everyone.